even. We started doing that, did we? I mean, as far as the announcement, or was that always?
I don't know.
Oh.
Most of Zoom's them on the announcement.
Yeah, it says that, yeah.
This one I haven't heard.
I've never heard that before.
I've never heard her like that either.
Yeah, well now.
She's apparently in charge.
Yeah, she's in charge.
It's got a pop-up warning people that they're being recorded, so that's new. So that's good.
Oh, so maybe that updated the website or
I
something.
think that's Siri's cousin.
Cousin, right?
Yeah, no, that's good.
She was the one that grew up on the other side of the tracks, a little tougher.
Right. Her brother used to be married to Alexa.
Did not end well. Nasty custody battle. But
Echo.
Gonna be a good day.
Echo. Yeah. Whenever you're ready, Jeff, please.
Okay, we're gonna kind of skip, we'll go to the, because I asked Jeff to come in. We wanted to talk to you about where we are with the radio project. I'll quickly give you, today, we're still working on putting in the lines for the transfer over onto Klickitat. So we can transfer, we've actually pushed it back till June 9th to actually do the move. But what we wanted to talk to you about is microwave relay. So to give you a quick basis to where we stand, we originally, when we started this, when it became Public Works, is our goal was to build a site at Red Tail and to build a site at Stacker. Red Tail became non-viable, and it was first budgeted for about 1.4 million to do Red Tail. Became non-viable, and it was actually more cost effective to use Stacker. And we converted it to a transmit for about 300,000 versus the 1.4 million. So part of that was to upgrade Klickitat too. So the upgrade to Klickitat is going to run approximately $100,000. That's with the new, but that still leaves us with the T1 line. Now we looked at using the microwave line, and there is a microwave line there that we could hook into. The problem is the microwave line doesn't go from Klickitat to Goldendale. It goes Klickitat to Vancouver to Goldendale. So it's about 110 miles.
Yeah, wait, yeah, sorry. It's not, it's fiber.
Fiber, yeah, no, you're right, fiber. Yeah, I was still stuck in microwave. Fiber line, that's there, the wave fiber. So what that means is currently we have we have about a 30 or 15 millisecond delay. What that means, and Jeff can add to this, I got this from our people. When you key the mic, it takes 15 milliseconds, but that's to go, that delay is programmed through all the stations. So if it's 15 seconds here, it goes here, bounces here. It's another 15 milliseconds. So here's another and another till you get to where you need to go if it's relay. And the lowest, the site with the lowest or the longest relay is, because they all have to function as one system, is migrated through all the systems. So right now, due to the phone line, Klickitat is the slowest system, the slowest station on. So we looked at using the fiber line. Talked to the fiber people. It's 30 milliseconds, so it actually would double. So that takes that out. That's not a possibility. So that brings us to the microwave.
Apparently the speed of light is not what it used to be.
No. And it brings us to the microwave. So we looked at a microwave relay, and I told you guys we would do that. And that's approximately $300,000 to $400,000 to set up that site. And now I haven't worked with the two commissioners, but I've worked with Dave. I always give you the worst end, so I never ever have to come back to you for more money. I always like to give you money back.
Right.
Good to know.
So whatever he says is worst case, he's already factored some extra so that he can come, oh, we're under budget.
We're heroes.
I prefer it that way.
And if you are willing to pay this, you can only be happy.
You can only be happy then.
Exactly. So we're looking at approximately 300 to 400,000. That's including the site purchase and everything else. I brought Jeff in so he could probably elaborate a little bit more what it means to the system as far as the T1 line versus, going the extra mile to put in microwave and how we have the other sites.
Yes, so the T1 line, which is a phone system line that we pay $400 a month for, is the least reliable backhaul link in our system, because that fails. And then creates this outage at the Klickitat site and for the surrounding Klickitat community and the surrounding areas when it does fail. So we've always had the intent, and through the radio project, and if we would have built the site up on the ridge above Klickitat, it would have had a direct line of sight to Stacker Butte and created our own microwave link and gotten rid of that T1 phone line as our backhaul. Now with the alternative, the Klickitat site at the fire station has no line of sight back to Stacker, which is our hub, to then get it to the Goldendale prime site. So we either continue to live with the T1 phone line as our backhaul, or we need to put in a microwave relay on the hill above Klickitat. So this Klickitat system can relay to there, and then that can be relayed to the Stacker site, and then on to the 911 center. Those are our options. And the best option, of course, is to have our own microwave system, or our system connected completely with our own microwave, because that is the only thing that we can count on. History has shown us that any commercial providers will continue to fail us. And when we need it the most, it's when they fail us.
How much of ours already has microwave?
All of it except for this. This is the only T1 phone line left.
Okay, got it.
And with the microwave, we don't have a monthly fee. I mean, you still have to maintain it, but
Yeah, we have the build costs and we have the maintenance and operation costs, just like we do at all the other sites. But we don't have that $400 a month for ever, essentially, or whatever they call themselves today. I don't
So
remember the name.
explain to me, isn't there dark fiber going all the way from point to point on wave, and
There
should
is,
that
but
be-
the length, as Jeff had indicated, the distance that has to travel is 110
10 miles.
miles. And so the delay in that, for that audio, is longer than we can deal with in the system itself. It would create a longer delay than.
how is that 110 miles? Isn't there dark fiber from your office into Waves and then down Horseshoe Bend Road right past this location down there?
Not according to Wave.
That's what we thought too. That was I thought it would be a slam dunk, but when we talked to Wave, they said, no, that's not how it runs. The signal would go from Klickitat, doesn't go back to Goldendale, it goes to Vancouver and around and back.
Right.
So that's why because I couldn't believe it either. I thought, well, they should run both ways. And according to Wave, it doesn't work that way. Now, they'd be more than happy to install another line for us, but
Yeah, I don't want that estimate.
I'm pretty sure that line got trenched up Horseshoe Bend Road, and Wave, because I've met with Wave, I talked to their, salesman, because they bought that line. They didn't know what they had.
mhm.
And I'm pretty sure that line got trenched up there, and they didn't understand how their own system worked when they bought it. Might be worth doubling back with Wave.
We'll double back with Wave again. We could double back with Wave again, but that's the report we got from Wave. But we'll check again with them, make sure.
They're internal, like we went through their maps and they were like, yeah, we need to talk to, what's his name? The guy who built it.
Yeah, cuts like a knife, Brian Adams.
Brian, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I double back on it. I mean.
Okay, we'll check
Did they
again.
say what their price was gonna be a month anyway?
$450.
Oh.
$450, and they told us we had a dedicated line, so, we'd have brought that to you. And we could, if that would work, that's $450 a month. versus the $300,000 to $400,000.
Right.
And then you're not paying a monthly fee. And like Jeff said, that you have more really, you control the whole system. But if you wanted to choose that, but like I said, we'll double check, but that's what they first told us.
Unless, okay, so for 450, you're not getting a direct point-to-point line though. That, the 450 is going to their servers down there, over IP and coming back. So,
Yeah, it would be a dedicated line is what they told us, but it still has to take that circuit. It's not a direct shot back and forth like that. That's what our person told us.
Could you, when you talk to, because I would agree, let's be sure. we
Well, we'll double
understand.
check, yeah. No,
And then what other options,
we'll sit down with them again. They're
so we make an informed decision.
right. No, we'll double check and make sure.
So the microwave relay, we need a site to get up over the hill. That was kind of our issue before. Do we have a site that
Yeah.
we can use? That's,
Well, I got a call into them. It's another timber company.
okay.
So it's different because you're not building the whole site, and you're just basically a relay site is what it is.
And it's nowhere near where the other site was?
No,
Okay.
it's across the draw.
It's on the other
It's on
side.
the other
Yeah.
side.
Okay. That's a better,
Yes. No, it's not on the same side.
yeah. No.
but we gotta get power to it. There's not power there already, is there?
We would probably try to run that off of something different. We might look at a solar type generator type system or something like that.
But
We'll have to talk through that.
Potentially,
There is power not too far away,
Okay.
but that's where we stand. So we'll double back again and make sure that it is.
Say on the fiber side, it's $450 a month more than we're paying for the phone line. And then it still has reliability issues. In public safety and
Yeah.
technical rescue, we look at single points of failure. A phone line or a fiber line has like an infinite number of single points of failure. Cut it anywhere or any piece of equipment in that system fails. We don't have any control over that, and it's very vulnerable, especially during natural disasters and so on.
Well, you can't always count on the natural disaster, the phone line being there,
Right.
or the power being there for that matter.
Or the fiber line, but, it's a cost benefit ratio for the redundancy of public safety.
You'll never need it until you do need it, and then you're gonna go, whoops.
Yeah. And like I said, the thing that makes us somewhat unique is the community of Klickitat in the area in the canyon there doesn't have any overlap to speak of.
Right.
Without the Klickitat site working, you can, generally speaking, get communications in and out of there on a mobile radio, 100 watts, your vehicle, portable, there's nothing. You're out on foot or inside a house, taking EMS or on work. There's nothing there.
Does Ham get a signal out of Klickitat?
Yeah, no. High frequency stuff you can, but not anything we can use.
Okay, well, I would suggest, yeah. So
Okay, we'll
come
double
with
back
more
and-
information. It's a
And
problem we're gonna have to solve.
well, we'll get somebody to put it in writing is what we'll do.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back to you again. So, okay, thanks, Jeff. We'll move on to,
I will say part of it would be easier for me if I had some harder numbers on the other site.
the microwave site.
No.
Oh.
Like when we built the system, we knew we had 2 more sites to build. We have been setting dollars aside to complete that. We believe, we have more than adequate dollars that we've put back into the radio fund to pay for it. We had planned on spending more on Red Tail.
Yes.
So we already have some savings. The only unknown piece, so it makes it easier for me to make a strategic investment for, a really good system. If I'm not worried about, I'm going to run short if we end up, we don't know if we had some better idea.
For pass or talk.
True, for
Or
Sadis.
for
No,
Sadis.
we'll get some handle on that
Because
too.
we need, it's,
No, I
we got two
agree.
sites to build.
Yes,
We have
I
this
agree.
much money and two sites.
Correct.
And if we can build two sites and we have enough money, I want the best as
Right,
far as for redundancy and the best quality. But if I have to, I can spend less and have another site or go whole hog on this, and then it's hard for us to build the other site, then that's gonna be a consideration.
Jeff, have you looked into using a bounce board up on top of the hill?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you looked into using a bounce board up on top of the hill? So no power, you're just bouncing it off the board back to,
That is not something AdCom has suggested, no.
I didn't even know they had,
yeah.
it just reflects it.
Mhm.
Definitely something we can take to the engineer.
Yeah, I would definitely ask about that because then you have zero chance of failure. But if you're looking at putting, a site up there and an antenna that's gonna get rest further out into the valley, that's one thing. But if you're just trying to go from point to point, a bounce board might be the best bet.
Okay. Never heard of that.
no, we'll ask about that.
Okay.
We'll ask. But definitely, like I said, it's definitely not really it's, all they are is dishes, but you also have to part of it isn't, the cost is also to put a dish on the Klickitat fire station. Because you'd have to have that to bounce anything back. So that's the total cost. Again, I was trying to bring you the worst case
Right.
scenario, so I never come back and say, we need more money.
Yeah, just another 50, another 75.
No, I haven't done that though.
No,
Try to avoid that.
you have not. Others have, but you have not.
I lay it out, then I give you money back.
Then you give money back. Here's 50,000
Yeah.
because I asked for 100 more than I needed.
I don't quite put it that way. I try not to package it like that, but you're right. Okay, on to better news. We have three things on your consent agenda. One of them is the amendment to the grant agreement with CRAB to build Sundale and Old Highway 8 project, 3.1. It increases the funding to 3.154.
And remind me again, these dollars are not actually available right now. This is
No,
like,
no.
trust us, we'll,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we found, if like the Trout Lake Highway, if we're ready, then, we've done the design and stuff. If they need to spend them and somebody else isn't, they'll let us move forward.
okay,
Because we got to bump Trout Lake Highway because they were pushing us off till 24, right? They'll be driving on gravel.
by then, right. So they found the money.
So they found, magically said, well, we'll allow two projects. We immediately jumped on it and we got one. So
Okay.
I think that one's actually slated to go in 22. No, 24, sorry. This one's slated to go in 24. Okay, we've also, we have the administrative or the settlement agreement for the Garnett property for Annex 5 relocation. And we have a contract and bond for Thompson Excavating for the county-wide guidepost and signing project. We'll also have next week, we'll have the other one with our striping. So those are turning pretty quick right now. I wish everything else was moving that fast. Annual construction striping, where the contractor's a third complete on phase 1. Their truck is having some problems, so they're on again, off again. But I'm not too concerned. They've been here for they've been in this business a long time and they'll get it completed. Old Mountain contractor still wants to start June 1st. Phone company has not started to relocate the lines. They're a little, and they've had a lot of changeovers, so we're still working with them to try to get them moving forward, because ultimately the contractor really can't do much until the lines are relocated. Roosevelt Drainage contractor still hasn't secured his materials. They keep telling his material supplier says he will be able to get them, but they haven't said when. Like I said, both of those federal funded projects are gonna be on your desk for signature. And one other thing that isn't on the list is no parking signs have been installed on Old Highway 8 over by
I can attest.
Okay, and Courtney Road.
And Courtney Road. Yeah, so we've done that. We've kind of did our part with the Forest Service and took care of our stuff. And I haven't seen the parking lot, but I heard it gets used pretty well.
It's nice. They did a great job. But it's not a parking lot.
No, you're
that's
right. It's
improved
wide.
shoulder.
Yes, you are correct. I was misspoke.
That's what I told the Forest Service.
Yeah, good, 'cause, yeah, I misspoke. You are
Yes,
correct.
Yes,
Improved shoulder.
improved shoulder.
I'll turn the design part over to Seth.
Let's see, Courtney's still waiting on that deviation from WashDOT. Last week, they asked for a detail on one of the maps, sent that back, haven't heard anything since. Let's see, yeah, we completed all the right of way. We got all the deeds recorded last week. See, we have a small works guardrail repair contract out to bid. We'll be opening the 8th. And both paving contracts are out currently on ad and will be bid on the 8th as well.
I'll be curious on the guardrail if we see escalation in the cost like we have in everything else.
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah, we hope not.
Maintenance projects, crews crack sealing on Roosevelt, or crack sealing and cleaning guardrail on Roosevelt grade. East side crews, and they're doing some grading too. West side crews patching Lakeside, Glenwood, Trout Lake Highway, and all the areas over there. They're doing all their patching for the year. This is when we do our patching. And doing some grading where we can. New facility contractor subs are continuing to put stormwater pipe under the south side of the building. The sheet rocker is working on all 3 floors. Same with the electrical and mechanical subs. And Kirby crew is cleaning up the subfloors from the sanding from the water stains. So the building's still moving forward. Courthouse entry. Let's see, yes, contractors will backfill and compact on off hours, but actually they're we gotta let the concrete harden up now. It's pretty green. I don't want them compacting against it and give them something to do. I went around and talked to all the electeds and Rob and the people in this building. We're actually gonna close the ramp starting tomorrow, this handicap ramp that goes into the north side. The entryway will stay open, but the ramp will be closed. We just striped the parking lot down by the jail, and everybody will park. The handicap parking stalls will go there now. We'll put signs up directing people. We're put a pathway in through the basement to the elevator. We actually built a pathway. So we can, all the handicap will come in that way, and other people will be able to come in that way too, and stay away from the other parts of the building. They won't get in the boiler room and all that other stuff.
Well, we hope. They better not.
Well, they shouldn't. I mean, I can't say, it's built out of 2x4s, so.
So you couldn't, there's no reason that you should inadvertently
No,
end up in the, I thought this was the elevator.
no, it'd be pretty tough to do that. You would have to,
We generally you don't have to crawl through a bunch of 2x4s to get to the elevator.
no, and
In a wheelchair.
In a wheelchair. The path is pretty straightforward.
Okay.
You're not gonna be able to miss it.
Okay.
So, yeah, we've done that, and we're also moving the drop boxes to the south side of the building, next to the jail entry, kind of. If you're out there, if you're familiar with it, you have the stairs that go up to the jail. They'll be just to the west of that. Well, they'll be to that wall there. They'll be secured to that wall. The jail board is complete. Indoor arena, we poured the slabs. The welders come in and welded up the structures that were in bad shape, and now they're going to be replaced back on. So the north side of the jail.
What is going on with guess we call them the west doors of the livestock barn? One of them's like off and got police tape on it and looks all crooked.
Yeah, we need to get they need some work. They need a new runner. So we got to start, they're getting wait for parts to come in fix those. So that's where we are with that. Pioneer Center HVAC, we're not installed. That's wrong. We're working with the mechanical engineer to try to come up with a new system, or at least look at the options, and see if there's some way better that's cost effective as opposed to putting all those. You got to take units out to put units in because they're all up. The heating units are upstairs, and then you have the cooling farm down below.
Right.
And it'd be nice to either convert, make them, combine them, or do something. We're looking at
There's a lot of systems in that.
There is. Even though we cut two entryways in, you couldn't cut an entryway in for every unit up there. So you're still moving them over other ones. Nobody thought about how you would replace those units.
Right.
We put them in before the roof went in, then put the roof on and said, well,
Somebody else's problem.
yeah, we got her done.
Hello, somebody.
Yeah. So, yes. We've talked about the radio sites. Road rally went well. We actually
I
got,
forgot, yeah. It must have, nobody called and screamed at me.
we got a letter from, an email from the applicant that sponsored the race. They were very happy. They actually have pictures of, there's some local kids in Centerville selling lemonade to the drivers, and they were stopping in. And I think they gave them some sort of a certificate or something. So it was, from what we've heard, we haven't heard anything bad. It was well
No,
received.
they were all on my end anyway, the horseshoe bend end, they were all cool. They were all driving lower than the speed limit, making sure that they were not causing problems.
So they're getting ready to come back in November. They were very happy.
So whatever happened with the person who commented about down on Fisher Hill Road or that area, did they still rally on that road?
They still went down there. We didn't hear anything
Didn't hear
from them.
anything? Okay.
No, we haven't heard anything. So sounds like everything went well. They were happy. They said they stayed, all their drivers stayed in motels in Goldendale. And they ate at the restaurants and
Is
stuff.
there gonna be, do you know of the one coming back in November, if there's gonna be public areas for, because this one was kind of off limits to the public, and I did hear a lot of public that wanted to go.
We'll talk to them about that. The next one it was like a national event,
Right.
so it's much bigger. And I think they're hoping to have some public viewing there.
Venue sites,
I think so.
that
So,
would be awesome.
yeah, we'll talk to them about that. Bench and White Sandeman community cleanup, our end of it, we were there Friday. We were busy all day. Of course, they missed last year, so people had a lot of stuff to take care of.
Pretty cool, like a Goldendale on that list. We're talking about a lot of stuff.
Seems to be a good event, though. They get a lot cleaned up, so. Jury parking, we're doing that again Wednesday. I provided the new map, so it's a little different because it's for East District. They don't need the side along the jail to be closed off, so we're just doing the side along. We'll just do the north side, or the west side, sorry.
I noticed this morning that, I think everybody's afraid to park in there at all, anytime ever. It was a ghost town out there.
It was, and we want to avoid that, but I told the courts we would work with them this whole year.
Right.
To continue to do that when they have jury trials, because they said it went very well when we followed up, that the jurors knew where to go. They were very happy. They didn't have to drive around. And so I think it worked well for that, but I guess we need to get the word out that when we don't have jury trials, you can park there.
Yeah, if there's no sign, go ahead.
Exactly.
Well, because the notice went out again, which was fine, and honestly, it was like, is that starting today, or is that, so when I drove in, it was like, oh, there's nobody there, but I thought, well, no, juries are here early, so.
Yeah.
I was gonna park there, but the bank parking lot.
Oh, I didn't even try the
Lots of
banquet,
space,
oh.
so I'm like, all
Apparently,
right,
everybody's like,
well,
oh, no, don't park anywhere near the
somebody
courthouse.
might have-
Well, then they're also
Over
striping.
on the other side, like by the adult film.
What's that?
They're parking over on the other side, like where the adults, like that corrections or something over there with the
Okay.
Oh, people are parking over there and walking over. Well, I guess it's not bad for the summer because parking is gonna be an issue all summer with everything all tore up.
Who owns that, fast lube gas station thing over there, that property? Anybody know off the top of their head?
I know where they live, but I don't know their names.
No.
Stalker.
Yeah, see, that's sort of a.
I believe it's the folks that she has barn boards and lace
Oh, okay,
in
okay.
her home.
Oh,
Good enough.
Not been there.
Okay, so yeah, I thought I'll double check because when we sent her email, I wanted to make sure everybody's clear. It's just the 26th with the possibility.
Oh, it
of
probably
rain.
was. I just read the header. and-
Oh, no, we
Jury
did.
parking and I was like, hmm.
And I think the next one is the 9th. And next time we send one of those out because Mary Jo did the first one and just got busy and forgot to get anybody on it. But we'll make it clear that people can use them outside of those days. I mean, I told our people, let's go ahead and park there. Maybe we could start something.
Yeah, I did see a rig. I saw a public works rig.
Say maybe a reminder in the email that
Yeah.
park there every day that there's no jury
It's not a
signs.
jury. It's parking. so.
Yeah, we'll put that in the next email that it can be used every other time. There'll be a sign there that'll say jury parking today.
Right.
Not jury parking every day, but
Right.
today.
I don't have the map handy. Long-term, were you planning on building a driveway ramp out of that parking lot? Right now, you just have it coned off over there.
Yeah. Yes, there'll be ramps and stuff when we actually construct it.
When it's actually, yeah.
Yes. Okay, I have a couple more things on here I didn't actually write on here. The overlook, the one on 97, that is ours.
Really?
Yes, that it has been.
Or,
That overlooks the Berry Hill Loops Road. And we closed it, we never opened it we closed it October of 2019. We never reopened it last year. One, because COVID, and then the fire danger got really bad, so we just decided to keep it closed. So the question comes is, do you want us to reopen it? Now, I know Mary Hills has an event there. They're having a road race, so they may ask us, and they had something last year and people just parked along 97. Not sure that's the greatest idea. But we would have to go in and mow it and things like that, because nobody's been in there in over a year. But we used to open it every year. I think it was from April to November, almost November, or the end of October. We kind of ran it with the snow chain rule, we used to call it. And we coordinate that with WashDOT because they have a sign that says it's open or closed on 97. So we actually work with WashDOT, but it is our site.
If you mow it, obviously people are gonna be parking on it. Grass gonna be low enough, fire danger not a big.
It's paved actually where you park, but
Are they all parking on the pavement part?
pretty much,
Oh,
I don't think it gets a lot of use. I mean, it's
I think
kind
a
of,
lot of people know that it's available.
well, it's been gated for a while and I've heard people that have parked, they park next to the gate now and they walk in there. So you can overlook the old Mary Hill Loops Road. And I can't remember if there's anything, if we have any signs up there that says anything.
No, like,
This was.
no
the first
interpretive
three.
sign or anything.
No,
but it does get used when they have events.
yeah.
Well, for me, I mean, I generally believe the public has a right to use its facilities, even if it's inconvenient for us, even if it's, I mean, I think fire danger is a legitimate thing to be concerned about, but we can't gate the whole county from June to October. So I would be really curious how we ended up, why that's ours.
I don't know.
It's obviously before my time and.
Yes.
It may be before, Ray Thayer would know.
Yeah.
He would know. It probably was some trade-off for, because I think
so.
the loops, because that,
We own that too.
Right, and we got money to
Yes, we did.
improve that and repave it and get it all
Mhm.
tuned up, and maybe that was part of the deal, was
Could have
you
been
can have this, but
to take that
you
too.
take that too. So, I don't know, what do folks think? That's just my opinion.
I'm in favor of opening it.
You're okay, Jay? Okay.
Okay, we'll mow it, we'll open. If the fire danger gets real bad, we'll bring it back to you about potentially closing it down. Okay, and I have one more thing. It may or may not come up, but I know how much fun it is for you guys on Tuesdays. The solar farm. We've had a couple complaints. We're actually working with the solar farm out on Middle Road. We have a complaint from a resident about the roughness of the road. We need to grade it. And so we're putting it back off on the solar farm. They need to maintain it. And so they're actually looking at mag chlorine, putting a, hard surface on it, temporary hard surface. So I just wanted to let you guys know.
Okay.
We're working through that with them right now to try to make, work, but they want to schedule that, so. Because they don't want to grade and water the thing all the time either. And it's their traffic that's
That's
turning.
causing it, and I'm sure that was one of the conditions of their approval.
Yeah,
they have to maintain the road
Exactly.
during construction, so.
Yeah, they got enough traffic, they're washboarding.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of rock on it, that's not the issue,
Right.
it's just washboarding.
Does that work decently? I mean, will it stand up to that?
Oh, yeah.
It'll
Yeah,
stand up till it rains.
Yeah, till it rains. It's good till it rains. They do it there's a couple people that do it on the west side, one on Lake Road,
Mhm.
and they're gonna look at doing Nestor Peak Road.
Hmm.
And
They already did Nestor Peak.
did they do it already? I know they
Yeah.
talked about
The
it.
community, the few people get together.
Yes,
The other thing you can use is Earthbind. It's another product that'll hold up to the rain better and longer.
yeah, that's what they use, the guys on the west side use Earthbind.
How expensive is the treatment?
I don't know. I've never really
Yeah.
looked into it.
Depends on who's doing it.
Oh, right. Yeah, like most things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious.
Does that work on everything? I mean, does it prevent washboard and breaking
Yeah.
pumps and
Yeah.
everything?
It'll stay as long as, till, like Jake said, till it rains. And some of that Earthbind it'll even a little longer until you get some heavy rain.
Heavy rains.
The key for us though is we don't want them to use LinkedIn or things like that, because when we go to grade it, it comes up big chunks.
Yeah.
And Earthbind will actually, or mag chloride just breaks up, it crumbles basically. You don't know it was even there when you're done. After it's rained and you grade it.
The good thing about Earthbind though is like it'll settle down into it and it'll continue like year after year hardening your base.
And I'm assuming it's environmentally friendly.
With a name like Earthbind.
Yes, it
It has
is.
to be.
I mean, it's an asphalt emulsion, so it's as friendly as you can get.
Yeah,
Yeah,
As an asphalt emulsion will be.
okay.
but that's where we are there. And I think
Just
that's.
getting ahead of the questions.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what they're gonna use. I'm just throwing out mag chloride because that's kind of usually the basis. They'll run something by us and we'll approve it or disapprove.
Mag chloride's a lot cheaper.
Yes, and it's typically what most people use. You get the first rain and it goes away.
Right, which, out east,
That's fine. That could be a long time.
Could be a long time.
Or it could be the next
or it could be the next thunderstorm.
That's exactly why we
Here I am.
want to see what they're
Let's see what
putting
happens.
down, because we don't want a
Sure.
problem. We also
Next
want to
year.
give them permission to put down something that, is,
Yeah, I don't want to pay to fix it later.
yes, or that's something that's not good for the surrounding crops. We don't want to be purchasing.
The surrounding sagebrush.
Yes, even that, though. Okay, I think that's all we have.
That's all you have? Questions, comments?
No.
Okay.
Could you or somebody be back at 3:15 this afternoon? You don't have to come if you just want to listen, you could.
Okay.
Prosecuting attorney and the health director, we're gonna we're gonna make some decisions on.
I've heard that rumor.
Yeah, well, it was an email, and that's apparently
Yes,
is when we're gonna do it.
Good.
As far as, and there would obviously be some impact on facilities as far as changing signs and.
Yeah, I'll stop back in.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm kind of
We'd
curious,
like
because
your input as far as what the impacts of whatever potential decision we do.
yeah, just so we know what signs or whatever we need to do.
When to start,
Yeah,
listing, our vast sums of plexiglass on the internet, so.
I think
I think it's gonna be a glut.
We don't sell them.
Yeah, that's true, we put them away.
yeah.
Well, we'd have to surplus them, so even if we wanted to get rid of them.
We could trade them for some lumber though.
Yeah,
I
oh,
would say 2x4s.
Lord. Yeah, 2x4s, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? We were gonna do it in plywood. And it was incredible,
Oh, it's,
just for the walkway.
oh, no, it's great, it's crazy.
$1,500 materials alone, not the build, just the material, just the plywood.
$100 a sheet, you might.
It was nuts.
Get there in a hurry.
I don't know how much longer we'll be building things.
I know, I'm waiting right now on an estimate on some trusses, so it's gonna decide, or now or later.
Next year looks real nice.
Next year may, actually.
I think prices are going down on the market anyway.
On the futures market.
Future.
They are, okay,
Slowly, but they're getting there.
When are they gonna go down to lumber is my question.
yeah,
6 months after.
6 months
I
out.
gotta build a shed. I don't want it to cost as much as a house.
Yeah,
Next year.
They make them out of metal,
yeah.
They do make them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got plenty of projects that are on the waiting list. Father-in-law wants a back porch, and I'm like, you realize it's gonna cost $4,000
Yeah.
to build you a back porch.
Yeah,
Hang in there.
all right,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
I'm well, yourself.
Good, good.
I wonder if we have to spray each time now. The new guidance.
I don't know, I guess
It
we'll
wasn't
figure that all out.
guidance that I read.
It was what,
It
not?
was not in the governor's guidance or the LNI guidance that I read.
Our table can come back to life.
Or somebody else might read something that I didn't read. but-
It needs to be refinished. Okay.
Mr. Dave.
Good morning.
Yeah, really. Surplus it. We'll leave it for,
We can stack all the plexiglass on top.
we can stack all the plexiglass on top of it. Yeah, down in the basement, in front of the elevator.
You only get to talk good news today.
Yeah.
I just wanted to shorten up your.
This will be brief. No. Start out with natural resources,
You
maybe?
bet.
Good morning, y'all.
Yeah.
No, yeah, everyone knows Whitney Renier, natural resources project coordinator. She's coordinating this round of salmon recovery funding board projects. I guess they've had their virtual project tour, and next month we'll be prioritizing projects.
How did that work? I mean, logistically, did people go out in the field
We
and,
did not this year. Typically we do.
I mean, but somebody did virtually go out and like, oh, here's where we're looking.
They did some drone footage, aerial photographs, on-site photographs. So basically anything you can do to show our state reviewers what the site conditions look like right now.
Okay,
So in lieu of a true field trip, maybe in the future.
yeah.
Maybe touch on the 5 projects we got.
Sure, yeah. So we have 5 proposed projects this year. One is to do a design to restore a fish passage at the mouth of Pine Creek out in the eastern side of the county. One is to do a restoration project on Rattlesnake Gulch, which feeds into Swale Creek. It's to replace 2 culverts so fish can get through.
It's down in the canyon.
Close to the Klickitat River. It feeds into there. The third is to do a design project to restore Snyder Creek at the Klickitat Mill, which you've heard about. The county properties involved.
Right.
Come up with a design to make it more natural, not just a cement channel. The fourth is to acquire property on Rattlesnake Creek that's currently owned by SDS, and that'll be changing hands, but to protect that habitat in the future through conservation. And the last one is to do an assessment project along the White Salmon River for lands currently owned by Pacific Corp This is kind of a stepping stone for future potential acquisition upstream of the Condit Dam or the old site of Condit Dam. So projects all over the county.
How does that work? You submit 5 and the state picks what they are gonna do or fund, or?
So it's a two-step process. We get funding from both the Middle Columbia and Lower Columbia Salmon Recovery Funding Boards. So we think we'll have about $600,000 allocated to our area this year. And so our Citizens Review Committee will recommend which projects they think should be funded. I think our total ask, if all those projects were to be funded, would be $845,000. So we have more projects than we have funding at this point for this year. So our committees will recommend which should be funded, and then ultimately the state panel decides how to allocate funding.
And typically they go with what's recommended. If we come within budget and don't have any projects or have fatal issues with them. So, Whitney's working on finalizing the grant agreement for the coming biennium for the lead entity grant. It's going to be right about what it was this last biennium. I think it's 120,000. I believe this year we indicate we'll get a couple thousand more because of some additional work on one of the databases that they have. And Whitney is wrapped up well monitoring for the year. And I guess we're down across the county. Didn't do monitoring last year because of the COVID situation, but we were hearing anecdotally that, you know, a number of places people were experiencing declines in their wells. So interestingly, we got a call from the hydrogeologist for State Department of Health yesterday. We were on the phone with her and we shared some of our data. We're pretty unique in the amount of monitoring we do for domestic wells. So we have a fairly unique data set that's across the county. I would like to try to see if we can get money to update the hydrogeological reports that we had. Our monitoring network was set in place 10 years ago. And we've got, there was a hydrologic analysis then, and then there's some conclusions, and we've been monitoring for a decade now, and we have not updated those reports. For the white salmon basin, it wasn't until 2015 that we went in and established a monitoring network, but there was no analysis. It was the hydrogeologists came in and helped us identify which wells we need to do to get a sampling of the various production zones in that area. So it's never had, some assessment of what results were. And I don't have an estimate on cost, but we can begin to start to chase that down. We're going to go looking for funding.
That's the right statement.
Yeah, and the person from the State Department of Health, I was hearing some encouragement there because they don't have hardly any data on these alluvial aquifers that typically are what's tapped with domestic wells. So in the case here, you're looking at, we've had a couple of years of drought. What's the situation? And we're not unique in experiencing this dry spell. Now, alluvial aquifers is dependent on rainfall.
Are they contacting lots of areas, or did they know that we have something and that's why they're contacting?
She actually contacted the city of Goldendale first to see if they had any information, and the city pointed them to us that we're doing the monitoring. So, she was surprised it's there. So we sent her a bunch of the reports that we have, sent the spreadsheets we've got, or at least going back to what? 2015.
2015. We have records further back, but I have to dig them out.
Yeah.
The digital database.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think it's important, part of especially in preparation, if we are serious about in the near term looking at, comp plan update, that was part of the justification for doing all of that was that, we made a commitment that, we're going to plan we rely on domestic wells primarily for water supply, for domestic water outside the cities. And, there's all this angst over, using those. And that was part of our commitment, was that, no, we're going to get solid data, and we're going to make planning decisions based on science and facts, not supposition and concerns. And so I'm really proud of us that because you said we're pretty unique in the state.
We're the only ones she's aware of.
Right, that we're doing this, and we're using a lot of our own resources to do it. So I will be curious if it should be the state in these programs, if we're unique, support us.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Reinforcement. 'cause
Reinforce, yeah, reinforce.
Sell them our data.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Don't,
Such a deal we got for you.
yeah.
$100 a data point.
Yeah.
Can you rescind what you sent her then?
Yeah. Yeah, really. Unsend.
Yeah.
Just get it back.
Well, it wasn't on permanent meeting.
Yeah, that was just a sample.
But, that's basically what we've got for natural resources. Other than that, there looks like there's some money might be available related to wildfire, Firewise, and that sort of thing. And Whitney has a background in climate resiliency. It's what she was all about prior to coming here. So it'd be interesting to see what funding's out there and what some of our issues are, do some thinking about that as to how we need to prepare for, whether you're into climate change or not. We've got 2 years of drought in a row, so need to know how you handle those situations.
Before we leave the well monitoring, you spoke to, we're anecdotally, or now we actually have some data as far as on declines, and you mentioned the alluvial aquifers. Are we seeing those in the, the deeper, the basalt aquifers as well?
Pretty much across the board.
Across the
Wow.
board, yep.
I thought those were supposed to be drought proof.
Yeah.
When we did the,
Around 100 years ago.
yeah, it's a 10,000-year-old water.
Yeah.
It's the
But you have the weight of the water sitting on top of it, pushing
pushing.
it down.
Okay, that's,
And we don't have that many that are down in real deep water. You might have up on High Prairie there, some of them are pretty deep, some spots.
What's pretty deep?
800 feet. What are the deepest ones you've tested? Do you remember offhand? Commissioner?
Did I measure, to get to the actual water level, probably around 300 to 400 feet?
With well depths?
Well, depth, I don't know off the top of my head.
We got well depths.
To get to the water, 300 feet, huh?
Let me tell ya.
How deep you?
450.
What?
My pump's at 445.
Right, but you've got a whole thought of water sitting
Well,
on top of it.
usually,
My pump used to be at 200. So, it moved that way.
That's a common story.
I'm worried.
put them on the bottom.
We can check your well for you.
Yeah, you can be on the monitoring network if you.
Sign me up. That's fine with me. Because I'm worried about it.
Yeah, we do measure a couple of your neighbors though.
Because we lose people on the network. The property sales, the new owner is not comfortable with allowing.
Well, apparently mine, talking to the previous owner, mine went down when the neighbor put in theirs just upstream from me, uphill from me, and started watering 500 head of cattle.
Is that the bison ranch?
No. That took a drain on mine apparently.
Okay.
You're in a dry area.
Okay, on to economic development. Y'all got the message. We're not going to have an economic development board meeting tonight as scheduled. One of the things I was going to talk about tonight, and I'll just remind you folks that we've got a grant that the Economic Development Authority receives from the Department of Commerce to be the associate development organization in the county. That grant is, in recent years, been about $50,000. With the legislation that passed this year, the budget, that will go up to 75 at least, probably will be 75,000 a year for 2 years. So the EDA turns around and contracts with the county to implement that grant. So the funding flows through here. We will need to have an EDA board meeting or an executive committee meeting when that grant is finally ready. And I haven't seen it yet. They've added a little bit to it in terms of equity, but I've not seen what that language addressing equity is about yet. But we want to move fairly quickly once we get that. City of Goldendale submitted a community projects funding request for $450,000 to help pay for a fire truck. I think they've been to the board a couple of times regarding the fire truck, and they, in the application, it's got
Was that City of Goldendale
Yes.
or Rule 7? They've both been here.
Well, I think it's City of Goldendale, was given to me by the mayor. And they've got $225,000 in match. The challenge with the community project funds is it has an available balance on the order of $78,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So normally we take these to the Economic Development Authority Board to screen and make a recommendation to this board, but given the budget shortfall, I think more work needs to be done. And I don't know where you want to go on this, so.
Come
I
up
was
with more
aware.
match.
Pardon?
Come up with more match.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big ask.
Yeah.
You know, particularly understanding that, yeah, there's 78,000 in the fund. So it's not actually, would not be funded out of that fund. It would be,
Or the majority of it wouldn't anyway.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it would basically come out of the reserves of the county. Because I don't believe, this isn't eligible for 09. It's not, although, no. Calling it infrastructure would be, I realize right now that's a pretty broad term, but
Yeah.
Do they have a regular replacement fund, the city, for replacing their equipment? or-
I don't know.
and is this a replacement or is this,
No, they're looking for, my understanding is they're looking for something that's got a significant ladder.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is new. New ladder truck, not replace ladder truck.
I might recall, did they say at one point they had one and then it, it lost its
Yes.
useful life?
And that's kind of the way I remember it. They had one in the past and it was more to keep operating than it was worth, kind of a thing.
Tell them to buy used.
Yeah. I support their plan, but find better numbers. If that's used, if that's more match, if that's
Okay. All right, so I guess the big thing with economic development is that staff had leave on emergency situation. So I've got some picking up to do there and see where we are on various projects that were in the workflow. One of which is the economic development EDA grant for the airport. Spoke to Richard last week, and evidently there's some hiccups in the contract for the space that the Columbia Gorge Community College is planning on leasing. There are committed private partners helping making this go. The county our big thing is the infrastructure out to that facility and opening up the rest of that park for more development. But there's my understanding is a hiccup over the escalation factor that's in there, and the college board having issues. I don't know the details, so I've got some following up to do there. We had hoped to get that response to questions from the EDA
Federal
board.
EDA.
Huh?
Federal.
Federal EDA.
Not our EDA.
Yeah, that's right. Federal Economic Development Agency. And we'd hope to get it back to them by the end of this month, but it's, looks like it's going to be later, and we maybe make September instead of their July meeting to reconsider this funding opportunity. There are a couple of job fairs that are lined up. I need to track down where those at, because when those job fairs have come off in the past, Richard had done a lot of shepherding to make sure they were successful. So I don't know the status of those right now.
Are you expecting this to be a long-term issue or a short-term issue?
I expect at least a month. He was going to go to military service next month, that we were planning on being out for some, but and we'll see what happens there. Big question. That sort of sums it up.
Well, actually, before we leave that, as far as the escalation clause who is the communication going through at the college over there?
My understanding, or record.
Understanding that have not been the lead on this.
No. Richard's been doing a good job of keeping this going, and my understanding is there was a 2% or something, or revisit it and adjust the cost based on inflation every couple of years.
Right.
That we've been negotiating maybe with staff, and that the agreement, in order to get it signed and submit to the EDA, went up to the college board level, and that's where it was. There was a question regarding budgets and that sort of thing. So
Dan Spatz has been shepherding it through the college process, and so we got the signature from the city and the signature from the county, and the college board had some balking price issues, number of square feet issues, and so it set us back a couple of months or so. And Dan didn't think it was going to be any issue, but setting up new programs, they're looking pretty closely at the dollars and cents of it.
Right, which I get that. I would be curious, is there more than that? Because the escalation, to me, that's not a big, that's like, we have an escalation in all of our leases and everything down there, where they're IPD or CPI, usually.
I think it was $7,500 a month.
Okay, yeah, maybe the starting point was the issue. Yeah, that's more credible to me than the escalation. It's like if the price is right to begin with, and all you're doing is adjusting it to inflation, where's the issue? But if the starting point is what the issue is, that's a little more of a problem. So.
Right. I forgot you were on the airport for so you got a little more.
Okay. We'll get that all fixed. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay. Other either EDA or economic development or natural resource.
I guess it would be natural resources. I did sort of follow up and look and see what a cumulative impact assessment would cost. So without benefit of a defined scope of work, we're probably thinking in around the 40,000 range.
Okay.
For what?
A cumulative impact assessment looking at solar. That's what the neighborhood you should be thinking about.
Okay.
So we need to find a scope on that.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's involved in that scope for 40,000?
That would be looking at, impacts to, for example, agriculture. How many animal units does the county support for in a range?
Right. And as those come out, what would the impact be if you were converting?
Yeah. So there may be a range of scenarios there, build out at such and such.
And is that looking at just this area, or is that countywide cumulative impacts?
Right now, I didn't specify, so we're thinking countywide, or at least the EOZ.
Be interested in
So
seeing the
if-
scope of work on that.
I think, I don't know, I think it's more of a regional concern, but I don't know that that would bring the price down much of it.
Yeah. Well, again, we need to take a look and sort of define what you want, what are the metrics you want to look at.
Right.
Yeah, what impacts do you want analyzed?
Right. And there's not really a model, not unlike when we did the cumulative impact assessment for wind,
Right.
there wasn't a model out there. The folks I was talking to, they are actually the same people that did the cumulative impacts for wind for us. There's nothing out there really. The closest seems to be a project they're working on down in Colorado for BLM. But it's not looking at the same sort of thing. It's close, but not quite there. So it's how do you do something to inform policy thinking as opposed
Right.
to project specific thinking.
Have you looked into with this 500,000 that the states, the legislature did for the Columbia Basin for solar? Are we included in that area as being looked at?
I don't know. Are you talking about that pilot project they're looking at doing here?
Mhm.
It's more of, looking at the Columbia Basin and trying to figure out where solar would be good to go. And
So I participated in an effort. They're doing some mapping. Yeah. So, yeah, we're part of
We're part of the
the mapped
the
area.
map area.
discussion. The big driver there is military compatibility with military base installations. For example, we have the Boardman bombing range there that there are flight paths, low altitude flight paths over the county. Mochi in specific always refers project applicants to a connection we have with the military and have them vet the project there. So we start out with have the conversation here.
But that mapping's been ongoing, right? This is the new dollars that the legislature just did.
Yeah, and I haven't
haven't
seen
connected in with
where
that.
that's going. But I can follow up and check.
Or you can delegate and have somebody else follow up on it.
I already took a note.
Although it's fairly thin over there right now.
Yeah,
That's when I said delegate. I only
Yeah,
got
at
one
minimum,
place.
I would like to know more of what that project
Yeah.
is supposed to do or supposed to achieve and what areas it's gonna cover and who gets to say.
That was the state legislature.
I don't know that they know yet.
yeah. Is that the one where they're going to get, I think maybe it's University of Washington or someone to coordinate a meeting for some pilot areas they're going to test out and look at solar siting.
Siting analysis for.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the drought. Are we at this point, as far as on a basin wide, are we looking at any, as far as water right impacts, as far as, potentially in the, on the little Klickitat, curtailments? Or we're not in the, I don't know what our, as
I think
far as
the
on the main stem, we're not looking at any
I haven't,
interruptibles getting interrupted.
no, I don't believe so. I think, there's been a lot, the snowpack is pretty good in the mountains when you get to Cascade Range in British
Okay.
Columbia, particularly British Columbia that feeds it. So I think it's going to be an okay year on the main stem. And at least I've not seen any concerns. It's some of the smaller basins that,
Columbia will be a fine issue.
But we still haven't issued a drought for our area, correct? The
Yeah.
state ecology has issued it.
there's I think that the drought committee meets this week, so we may hear,
Right.
you know, what their thinking is then.
As of right now, there hasn't been,
No,
because usually it's based on the Yakima Basin when an issuance, and the Yakima Basin's getting full water this year. What I read.
but we've got some snow towels up in the Simcoes, and hopefully, you know, they're aware of them, so hopefully they'll be looking at areas outside that are filled, you know, fed by your, you know, Bureau reclamation projects. You know, the municipal and everyone else that's out there that could have challenges.
The last I checked, Western Klickitat County, we're over 10 inches down on our water year.
I was curious what, even though it doesn't affect us directly, but our neighbors to the south, like in Hood River, because my understanding is the further south, it gets worse as it goes south. So I don't know what their snowpack,
Right.
and
There is a federal drought declaration in several counties in Oregon. I
Oregon.
believe Sherman may be in that, but there is at least one county that borders Klickitat. So ag interests in Klickitat County, because we're an adjoining county to a drought declaration, they can go in and get what's the idle loans. You know, how much appetite there are for that loan program, I don't know, but
Right.
I think what's the payback on that, 30 years or?
15, I think.
You know,
okay.
but if it's a drought declaration anywhere in the state, that primarily benefits municipal. Some ag interests can get some money, but I think to drill some wells that get them out of trouble, but it's mostly a municipal purveyor benefit.
But it is bad enough here on the east end of the county that some ag guys is, you know, stock wells are going dry right now. You know, they're shallow wells, you know, in the rain. Just no rain.
Not a good year to be a dryland farmer either.
No.
And you've had some of the folks on the network have the replaced pumps.
Yeah, we've had a couple folks lower pumps this year and or are concerned about having to in the immediate future. But I didn't hear about anyone having to lower their well or drill deeper. So mainly just lowering pumps and just watching their static level go down. So, and when you look at the USDA drought monitor, you know, it gets drier as you move east. So I think according to that, the eastern part of the county is in severe drought, then it goes medium and then mild to the west. So that's a weekly update that they put out. So just keeping an eye on things.
Okay. It's just, those are the, you know, when we have those drought years, that just reignites the water wars that we have in the state. And that's always, which I'm not hearing it. So it's not as, you know, certainly not like it was whenever that was 4 or 5 years ago. It was so bad.
2015 was bad.
2015 was
2009
bad.
2001 was bad.
Yeah.
So we have some surface diversions that are in little sub-basins where there are, you know, historical problems here.
Yeah, I recall 2015, there was some issues with the shovel shaking at the neighbors at each other over.
Well, I think that was every year for 30 years.
Well, yeah, true.
It just gets more.
It gets more shaky, yeah, up there. So what's that? Whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting.
Yeah.
That's true in the West.
Mark Twain.
Yes. Okay, anything else before we?
No.
No?
Mill site, have we got any new information on where we're at with titles and tax title? And
I have not talked to, my best recollection is that's sort of public
In the
works.
treasurer and the
Treasurer.
treasurer. I think Greg's working on that.
So,
I didn't know if we might have got with you.
no, I haven't heard anything.
One of these days, I want to sit down with you and get a history on the mill site.
Okay.
A little learnable knowledge in the forehead there, so might swing over later. if
You
you're
might
not-
catch me crying.
Better bring that whiskey for the.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was tough back when it closed. It was a huge impact to the community.
Yeah, that they've really not ever recovered from.
No.
At least least that's my, having been here my whole life, I can say that, that community is inalterably changed from that mill closure.
Well, that's a eggs in one basket
Yeah,
problem. I mean,
It
you
is.
can say the same thing with the aluminum plant.
Yeah.
It's eggs in one basket.
Company towns.
company towns, those are, they're great as long as the company is,
We're still filling the aluminum plant.
yeah, we are. Definitely. All right.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
sir.
Thank you, Whitney.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, you aren't allowed to sit at the big boy table next
I didn't
time.
want to steal his thunder.
Yeah.
Delegate. That's under.
Delegate.
The problem is, you.
Yeah, right? You ain't got a whole lot of delegate to delegate to there.
That's right.
Anything anybody wants to bring up in the morning session
Oh.
that we're not gonna talk about and deal with in the afternoon session?
What do you think?
I have one little thing. if that's
Yes,
all right.
go ahead.
The joint meeting with Skamania County,
Mhm.
that's scheduled for Thursday,
Thursday.
June 24th, 1 to 3, and I believe you're gone that
I'm
week.
gone that week. Go
Well,
ahead.
that's why I was wondering why we scheduled it for a week that he's not here.
Hawaii? No. There's no phone service from there.
They
don't
seem
shut off.
interesting.
They shut it off, that's right. COVID king.
Well, guess what? You're gonna be on all the committees then.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna
So
tell,
you don't-
I'm gonna tell Bob, you look after me, Bob.
Well, they do have Zoom, and the meeting will be recorded. And I'm wondering, I don't really see any reason why your staff needs to accompany you when I can Zoom in.
No, totally fine with you guys doing it.
Are we, is this like an in-person or are we all zooming or what is this?
Yeah, you gotta meet the commissioners down there.
In person, so we're going to Skamania, that's what you're saying. Uh-huh.
Yeah, you gotta go. see
Bring your
the Rock Creek
passport.
Center.
Bring my passport. I get a what?
You get to see the Rock Creek Center.
Now, I would like ideas for agenda items from you guys, so I can pass that on to their clerk, and that way we can come up with an agenda of some sort. So ideas are very much appreciated from you.
Well, I would leave agenda items to those two. Because I don't know that I have any to throw into that discussion.
I'll come up with a list. Don't worry.
Oh, I'm sure you'll have like 20 pages, but
It's only,
I'm just
2
saying you can have one of my.
That's only 2 hours.
thanks.
One thing I did want to bring up, we do have the WASAC president and executive director are going to be here for their biannual visit next Tuesday. I was hoping maybe if folks are good with it, we'd give them a tour of the new facility. We'd have some time for that. I'm gonna ask Eric when are they scheduled on our schedule?
2.
At 2 o'clock. I don't know. I'm wondering what, because I had looked at their, yeah, but if they're, when are they getting here? Could we do lunch with them?
I'll send an email and find out.
Because they don't have any other, quite often when I did it, we would do 2 and 3 a day. But I noticed on their schedule, we were the only thing. And then I think they're doing Skamania the next day. So it's like, well, where are you staying? And so they may be, I'm assuming they're meeting here because Largent's from Whitman County, who's just I think they're which we receive their solid waste comes to us from Whitman County. So we always want to think that, and I think their contract renewal's coming up. So of course, always
thinking ahead.
always thinking ahead. So yeah, so we need to find out when they're getting here and if we could do lunch or something.
I got one.
Okay.
Speaking of whiskey for drinking waters for fighting over. had phone calls, people in Glenwood are concerned about the water issues up there not being, not the irrigation water, potable water. So there's issues with the PUD right now. They're losing a whole bunch of water to leaks. They've got 11 people that are wanting water, and I think they're gonna be able to get 10 hookups. They're gonna be able to pull it off.
I thought there was only about 10 hookups left up there.
But if they can find their leaks, they might be able to go to Department of Health and get some more ERUs or whatever. That being said, though, if somebody turns in a building permit up in that area, we used to just, building department, say, where's your start card? Send me the water sample. Everything's good. You can build. If that is
Wow.
within the reservation bounds, that's a whole different thing. Ecology is saying that that is no longer, it's permit exempt well on the res is not the same. So I called Yakima County and trying to track down the process. And what Yakima County does is they, if it's on the reservation, non-tribal member, they have to get a letter of a water right, or in a water lease in essence, certificate from the tribe.
If they're doing well.
If they're gonna drill a well, they're gonna use that for their potable water source. And the issue, one of the issues is we don't know if the tribe will issue that water certificate for Glenwood. The second issue is when they issue those certificates, it's either for 1 year or 10 years.
And you don't know if they'll renew it.
And so I asked the question of Yakima, I said, how, if she sent me an example, and I said, well, how can you issue a building permit if you're only able to show potable water for 10 years and they can pull it at any time in the permit for any reason? And she said, well, we've never thought about it, but they're saying they've got water, potable water right now to build, so we're just issuing the building permit. If they lose their water later, that's on them. And that's between the two of them. But for building, you just have to show potable water at this time. But we're going to have to come up with policies and procedures for our building department, planning department to manage this.
Yeah, because that's a can of worms for later.
And this is just the start of the can of worms of the track to Glenwood Valley that we're going to be dealing with. Water is one of them.
Of course, I would make the argument, just playing devil's advocate as far as on the long term. You drill a well, you have your start card, have your water test, we give you the building permit. 5 years from now, your well goes dry.
Yeah, but at least then you can drill another one.
Yeah, what if there isn't any water?
At least you have the opportunity to.
Right.
So I also spoke with Ecology about it, trying to figure out like how they're going to view this. And
Right.
pretty much they're saying, we could sue and say like the water on the well water is Ecology's water and the Ecology start card should still be fine. But don't expect to win, and you're not going to get Ecology support on it.
Yeah.
And
that's not worth my
so
time.
we're in the boat of, well, it's a good thing we're starting communications with the tribal representatives because there's going to be lots of things to talk about.
So the 10 years just, I guess it's up to the builder as long as they know and whoever the home buyer is duly aware that they may not get to use that well in 10 years. That's their own risk. I just don't want them buying thinking they're good. Nobody ever told them, whoops, kind of scenario. Yeah, I have less worry about my own because, yeah, for sure, I can drill another well. And for some reason, if I don't hit, hopefully my county is wise enough to allow potable water for my house, but
Truck
water for my house.
I don't have to.
Out
work
there,
that in
yes,
there.
they can have truck water too, but that's a
Yeah.
longer haul.
But again, though, like, there's gonna be a lot of things that, you know, we have our tips for neighbors. People need to go up there, are gonna need to understand who you go to for what. And so we're gonna need some policies, procedures, and
Right, and then we might need a tips for neighbors just for that area.
Right.
Yeah, I see a problem with the PUD if they try to go get more ERUs in there. Because there was already issues with PUD and ecology and the tribe over whether or not they needed to go through federal EPA. If that was when the, tribe before the lawsuit, and now it's only more, because, as it stands right now, the legal standing is Glenwood is on the reservation.
Correct.
It's an appeal, but that is the standing, the latest.
There was no stay.
There was no stay, that's, So yeah, it's very timely to try to develop some better communications, because these are the kind of things that we're going to have to figure out for our folks up there as far as what is this? How are they going to treat that? Okay.
Yeah.
So since while we're talking, I did get a call, actually 2 calls yesterday from Jan Stewart. She's a fire commissioner in Wishram, inquiring about the new construction project that the tribe is building, the housing authority is building. And she asked, I'm going to go speak with, they have the regular fire commission meeting. So you need to put that on my calendar to leave for Friday the 4th at 6 p.m. with them. Again, trying to figure out, is there some way of communicating or seeking something? Because right now, and it really has nothing to do with it being a tribal project, it's that is a housing authority project that is tax exempt. And so they will not pay any property taxes, which means they will not pay into the fire department. They won't pay into the schools. But that's less of a concern because they'll cover it, and they bring dollars from there's some federal dollars that will follow those tribal children if they attend school in Wishram. But it's mostly fire and EMS that there's not going to be any resources.
How many houses are we talking
I
about?
think it's 80. I want to confirm that. Yeah, that sounds better. Maybe it's 8. Maybe there's a second phase where I got that number, but I think they pulled 42 permits right now for single family residences. And so they're started up in there when I drove through there. And so, I will say we're a member of our local housing authority here. We do have agreements where we pay PILT on some things just for that reason, is because you're having services that you're not paying for. And so on a small scale, you can absorb those, but there is, I'm not sure, Wishram is 11. Yeah, it's fire 11. That's a tiny district now. And you think about, 42 houses adding the load for them to, and it's all volunteer.
What is that? Probably 10% of the houses?
Well, that's the thing. And that doesn't seem reasonable. There's a big difference between 6 units in a bigger district absorbing and 42 units in a really little district.
Especially if there's a possibility of another division, subdivision after that. I don't know.
So, and is there an opportunity, if that was a new project that was, either had to go through you know, it had to have gone, you know, through a rezone or a subdivision, then there could have been conditions as far as mitigation. But this was you know, they literally went and just submitted their building permits because it was all done.
It was already.
It was already done. And so there is no opportunity that I'm aware of to,
Is that a conversation we can have with the Tribal Housing Authority?
Yes,
They
that's
would
what
be
I'm gonna-
willing to pay some pills?
yeah, some PILT or something. Because I have to believe that they want to be a good neighbor as far as that if you're going to move into a community. And that's what I am going to reach out. I've had some conversations with them when they were looking at building the Dallasport project that I think were productive. Some of the housing authority members are not the same people anymore. They also rotate.
Right.
So, but that's something we're.
And there's some places in the country that if you don't, there's multiple ways to pay for fire, and if you don't do it, the fire truck don't put out your fire.
Right. Well, I think that's gonna be
think
one of the
there is a
questions.
county.
I think
But,
there's a question, but if you have, where is, and I'm not, this would be a conversation to have with the fire districts or if you have a fire district, what is within that boundary, what is your responsibility to respond?
So you have a responsibility to respond. The difference is so like if you're within district, 3 and you're not paying, you can be within the district bounds, but not be assessed. If you're not assessed and they show up, they send you a bill.
Okay. Oh, that's good to know.
And so I guess the question
Yeah.
is if they show up, can you send the tribe a bill?
Yeah.
I will.
Well, it is not the tribe, it's the housing
Right,
authority.
the housing.
And so to me, they're no different than anybody else as far as it's not.
It's not trust ground.
It's not trust ground, it's not anything, and you should, that again would be a discussion with the prosecuting
I
attorney
was gonna say,
to find out.
it sounds like, the tribe and the prosecuting attorney to see where we can go legally. Because I thought there was that in other parts of the country where people were just getting a bill. And then I could swear there was a legal decision that you couldn't do that. So then they said, fine, we're just gonna park a block away and defend your neighbor's house from catching fire because of your house. And that's actually happened.
Okay, so more on that later. So that's
Another fun one.
another fun one.
Another reason to extend an olive branch and get communication going.
That's all the good news I have for today. Oh, no, I have more good news. Wait a minute, I spoke too soon. I had the housing meetings yesterday. So Columbia Cascade, we did get our new updated estimates for construction and assisted living. Our funding gap has grown from 2 million to 3 million now with escalation, which is actually,
That's it?
yeah, it was better than, and that, is a good number, and it's good that would be to start construction.
$20 million project now?
So it'd be 19 million now, from 18 to 19. We have submitted, in fact, we submitted a letter of support for the $2.5 million grant request through Senator Murray's office for the congressionally designated, whatever the new acronym for earmarks, because we can't call them earmarks. So it's whatever they call those now. And so we did have some strategizing yesterday about how to really try to get people excited about that and support in the area, in the region, not just in, the west end of Klickitat County. So it was not unexpected. It actually was better than what I expected. I thought it was going to be worse than that, given
Is there anything or any talk, and I'm assuming I already know the answer, just clarification, about that project when it's open, serving the residents of this county, or people from anywhere and everywhere can go move in there?
I would imagine, I don't think there's any residency requirement. You would have to be, so
Just wondering
the,
if we're gonna fill it up with Hood River people is my worry.
no, because you potentially could, just like Hood River's full up right now of white salmon and Klickitat County people right now. The question would be the ones that we would care about, because the market rate beds, you know, we don't really, you know, if you can, it could be anybody. The ones that we're going to care about, and they won't be able to, would be the Medicaid eligible beds. There is a residency requirement for those. And those are the ones, because those are subsidized beds. I don't want to be subsidizing, we're not going to be subsidizing anything.
Well,
with the
and
project.
I guess my wordage of Hood River was wrong because they're part of the housing authority anyway.
Right,
I guess I would say if they're coming from Portland, because
Right.
Portland's full up.
right.
Did we really do a service to our gorge, communities by allowing Portland to fill up our?
Well, I would say that potential exists in all of them now, as far as, again, the ones that would be most attractive would be those Medicaid eligible beds, because there aren't, like,
Very
these
limited
privates,
supply.
yeah, the private sector, there's, Hood River's full of, Brookside and Hawks
What
Ridge
is
and all
the
those.
eligibility requirement? Do they have to have land here for X number of years or?
No, it will be that they'd have to be residents of just like they would be to vote or do
So they
anything else.
can buy a piece of property, move in for a week and then move into the.
I don't know. I assume most things you can't buy a piece of property and vote in a week. So I assume,
Driver's license in a week.
well, but
That's a residency.
I don't know. I assume it's like anything. You have to establish residency. Different states have different. I know in the old days, it used to be Oregon was easier. versus Washington
My mother
usually-
is in Portland and she's getting up there.
Right.
And I know they have, I guess I'd say the exact same problems we have with just nowhere to go.
Right.
They also have way more money than we do here. So I'm thinking they're gonna migrate out when they need to. So I don't know. Maybe not.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody want to bring up for lunch break?
No, my Southwest Washington Workforce meeting got canceled again.
Okay. All right. Well, we are recessed until 1 o'clock. Well, we will have our afternoon session. Okay. Thank you.
1 o'clock.
Thank you, Siri. Or no, who? Never mind. Zoom.
Not the name.
I will open the meeting as it's 1 o'clock. Let the record show all three commissioners are present. We will start with our opening pledge of allegiance.
I'm using my phone.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the business agenda with 2 add-ons under unfinished business. The resolution of the matter of amending the loan for Fund 307 Capital Major Projects Cash Flow during construction for the administration building from Fund 125 Cumulative Reserve. And under new business, the purchase authorization request from the Department of Emergency Management for the purpose of one Iron Horse IH 4100 series chair at a total cost of $2,721.90.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on that business agenda with the 2 add-ons. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Brings us to
You want both minutes together or separately?
take them separately. I didn't have any substantive changes. I did find a couple typos. was
That's all I have.
Yeah, so.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the commissioner meeting minutes for May 4th, 2021.
Second.
As presented.
Okay, I have a motion second on the May 4th meeting minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept the commissioner meeting minutes for May 11th, 2021 as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second on the May 11th meeting minutes. Any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. The minutes are approved, which brings us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to comment to the Board of Commissioners on items that are not already on the agenda. Excuse me. I will remind citizens that topic that is public hearing closed to further public comment, namely the solar moratorium, is closed to further public comment. Please don't try to continue commenting on that specific topic. You can speak generally, but not about the moratorium. So with that said, I will open it up. I do see Gabrielle Gilbert has her hand raised, so you get to go first, ma'am.
Thank you. I wanted to have a follow-up on the governor's law that was signed, or the law that was signed by the governor concerning the cougar and the funds that would be available, and the statement in the law that basically says the sight of a cougar does not automatically mean the killing of a cougar, and where the commission is going on that topic. We have successful meetings with Fish and Wildlife, and one of the things that came out is that the sheriff's department was a bit dishonest by omission, as they were not giving to Fish and Wildlife all of the actual calls and kills that were occurring, and the incident reports were incomplete to Fish and Wildlife. And this wasn't one or two reports that was missing. This was a substantial number that was available to the group that was able to get it through FICA petitions and that freedom of information, and was able to put that into a data sheet to Fish and Wildlife that they could cross-reference, and there were gaping holes. The other thing is there was an incident between a deputy and one of the enforcement officers from Fish and Wildlife, in which the conduct of the deputy was disrespectful and a bit overboard. And so, understanding that you guys do not tread on elected officials' authority, I will say that through budget, you do have a power. And if it is an issue where you need to train the deputies and the sheriff on collaboration with state agencies, feel free, because I think that there seems to be some problems with that. The other thing I want to speak to, in listening to the sheriff on the radio and also in meetings to you, is that this division that he creates between East and West End really needs to get tapped down. He'll say he's not being political, but he refers to the West End, we like this liberal bastion of some kind of hellhole that is slashing individual rights and using the Constitution as toilet paper. And it is problematic because the tone that the nation is in and the tone that is set in this county, it matters if this elected official is serving all of us. And so that is problematic. And he can't say, I'm not going to be political, and then go into a whole rant about being political when he is addressing the commissioners as well. And so that is something that I really feel, what you guys do behind the scenes and how you chit chat with him, have a chit chat, because it is not okay. And we as citizens and taxpayers in this county, we're not having it, and we're going to call it out. The last thing I will say, with this facility that's being built, the memory care and residential care home, I want you as commissioners to understand this. There are people in your county who are caring for an elderly parent that has Alzheimer's, dementia, and memory care issues. And that work is 24/7. and it is incredibly emotional. And so I really, really press upon you when any discussion of the memory care facility comes up in front of you, that you do it with kit gloves, because there are people on the other end who are listening and who are in tune to that, and really demand that it be so respectful and so considerate to individuals you may not be aware that are actually caring for their loved one, who we watch them as our family members diminishing in front of us every day. And so that is pretty much where I'm at. Other quick thing, this Zoom and getting in front of you guys to publicly speak and to have that access is everything. And even after COVID, I hope that the funds and I hope that the commissioners will continue to have this part ongoing. Getting to Goldendale in the middle of the day is near impossible for a majority of us. Yet getting in front of you as elected officials is something that this county, you really do require it, so that there is more trust and understanding, and the feeling that the public is part of the decision making. And so I really do hope that the investments are made to continue this long after COVID, so that everyone has an opportunity to be in front of you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I look forward to the follow-up concerning the policy concerning the cougars. And ask maybe that the commissioners invite Fish and Wildlife to do a presentation, so that everybody gets a little bit more educated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. I'm going to use the chair's prerogative, and I would like to circle back with you back to the memory care. As someone that's been that caregiver before, I completely agree with you, and I'm curious, have you seen instances, or do you feel like there has been instances when the board in our discussions have somehow been disrespectful to?
Well, if you go back I think it was the May 11th, you had that presentation from Joel, and there was just a small tete-a-tete. And the thing is, when you guys get into conversations about, do we say Alzheimer's, or are we using memory care as a softer, general way? I'm just saying there doesn't need to be that tete-a-tete, because if you understand what a facility of memory care means, because you've actually looked into that, you've actually, you know exactly what is being built in your county and what that means, then those kinds of sides won't happen, because we as a public hear and see it. And it's just an easy trigger, as you would know, as someone who's cared for someone, and people are in it, and it is intense, and it's ever fluid, and you are, trying to stay strong. So just, there has to be a level of decorum. It's expected as us as a public to you, and it's the reverse as well, and so that's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a follow-up?
I did. This is Commissioner Christopher. First, I on your comments, I didn't want to get into the cougar debate, because it seems like now there's pending litigation against the county, so I won't speak to that. The memory care, I'm 100% on board. And if there was any kind of a slight or wordage used wrong, which I don't know that there was, I would apologize for that. And then the Zoom meetings, yes, I think the board has already come forward and said that they plan on doing Zoom into the future, even after COVID, because it's a good thing for the citizens. So I just wanted to give you the update on where I am on those two things.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the apology. And yes, here's my thing about the Zoom meetings for us, the public. I don't want it to fall into, we considered it, we were thinking about it, we didn't do it. I want you all to commit to it. Budgetary, mechanics, all of those moving parts, so that we as a public always have access to you, because of the size of the county, because of logistics of anybody physically getting to Goldendale who's not living within Goldendale, and that this way of communicating with your elected officials is important, and a lot comes out of it.
Yes, you have my word on that, and my word is gold.
Okay, we are gonna
Okay, well,
Thank you. Your time is up, and I know we use some of your time, so I'm being, I'm trying to accommodate, but we do have other folks. So this is public comment, and so if citizens wish to make public comment to the board, this is your opportunity. Raise your hand or unmute your phone, *6, and get our attention.
336 or 3376.
3376.
Good day to you, gentlemen. I appreciate all the hard work you do for the county. The reason for my call is I have a little anxiety building about removing the old PUD building down there on Main Street where the health department is.
Sir, before you go on, can we have your name and what community you're from?
I'm sorry, my name is Ken McCune. I'm in Goldendale.
All right. I thought it was you, but I wanted to be sure. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you know, that old PUD building, that is a solid looking building. And the thought of it being tore down to make a parking lot just doesn't really sit too well with me. I know it needs a roof, but why can't the county put it up for as surplus and let the private sector get a hold of it and let them do with it what they want? Then if they decide to tear it down, fine. You can go ahead and make a parking lot out of it. But what if somebody would want to make a little care center for some of the Alzheimer's and people with, you know, you're going to have a child care facility across the street. Well, why not have one in the old PUD building for people that have parents? Could bring them there during the day while they go off to work, you know. And then it's already being used as a commuter hub for the bus system. Goldendale's going to need a public transportation system one of these days. So the building could be used as a public transportation system. The point I'm trying to make is, if you just tear that down, it costs millions of dollars to replace that building today. And so to tear it down without giving the public a chance to maybe save it and use it, I have quite a few little ideas that you could do with that building. I don't have the money to do it, but other people do. So once you get that place all cleared out and everything moved, all those offices moved into the new building, I think you need to put it up for surplus and let somebody else take it over. Any thoughts on that?
My only thought would be, I don't disagree with you, sir. The only issue would be the conditions of our permit with the city as far as the number of parking spaces that we had to create. I don't know.
So you're going to tear down a facility that you've poured millions of dollars into. It would cost millions of dollars to replace it. We need room for growth. It's a building that's already existing. Let somebody, the parking issue, you got parking all over the place. But why do you need so much parking? Walk, get some public transportation and provide it for people. And leave your cars at home if you can. Use public transportation and use that old PUD building as a hub for some of it. Maybe it could be an educational facility. You could teach herbalism or you know, the master gardeners could use it. There's all sorts of people that could use that building. So when you get to the point where you're going to have it all emptied out and you're going to tear it down, think twice about it, will you? I think there's somebody out here that might want to buy it, and let them fix it. And then they pay taxes on it too. You'll be getting tax revenue from it. And as far as your parking issue, that's a lame friggin' excuse to tear that beautiful building down. I know the guy that built that building, Maxim Hour. And it was built solid enough to have a helicopter land on it, is what I heard. But the point is, it's a beautiful old building. It's a part of Goldendale's history. I just hate to see Goldendale being disseminated or dismantled piece by piece.
Okay,
And it's a perfectly good building. Let the private sector get a hold of it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me.
thank you, sir.
Okay.
We are still in public comment, so this is folks' opportunity to comment to the board. Either raise your hand or unmute yourself, get our attention. I'm not seeing anybody.
Sherry Bousquet.
Okay. Sherry Bousquet, go ahead.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Sherry Bousquet from Hewsum. And I would like to continue the conversation regarding processes that the county has in place, in particular for the conditional use permit. As you know, I've been trying to get to the bottom of how the county processes a conditional use permit. And I like rules. I like to know that first you do this, then you do that, then you go through this. And I've actually asked the prosecuting attorney's office if a conditional use permit requires to have an approved SEPA determination of non-significance or an approved environmental impact statement. And unfortunately, our county prosecutor is unable to answer questions like that for the citizens. And they were helpful with links that I could research and stuff, but that doesn't give the citizens any guidelines. And so I wonder, how many guidelines do our county workers have as they're processing these conditional use permits? And one thing I came across as I was researching is the county application for an applicant to apply for a conditional use permit in our county. And on that county application, it says during I don't have it in front of me, and I wish I did because I'd read it word for word, but it basically says during the planning process of looking over the applicant's wish to obtain a conditional use permit in our county, which again is a conditional use permit is for a project that is not supposed to be there either for zoning or other regulations and ordinances. So that is why an applicant must obtain this special permit. It says that during the planning process, there'll be a public hearing. And again, I go back to let's save some taxpayers' money. If we had some processes in place that said that when an applicant comes to Klickitat County and requests to apply for a conditional use permit, already stating at that time that this project doesn't belong there somehow or some way, and they need special privileges to do that development, that the county put in writing that at the pre-planning stage, a public hearing will be put out to the public, and that you will listen to the public on how their comments are, how they feel about that conditional use and that development being asked to be put in their location. And then the county would evaluate the comments from the citizens. And if the citizens say they're not going to go for it, it's too much, it's too big, it's not zoned to be there, it'll hurt our environment, what have you, all the things that the citizens tell you. And then if you know the citizens are going to come against this development, why move forward with the project? You're just wasting everybody's time and all the taxpayers' money paying our employees, our county employees, to process an application for a conditional use permit that they already know the public is going to go against. And so if you just had a clear process that in the beginning, when you're in pre-planning and somebody requests a conditional use permit, you had a public comment period, you took the public into consideration, at that point, you probably would save a lot of money. And as Commissioner Sauter says, we have a lot of contentious issues. Well, if you listen to your public, your citizens in the front of the game, you could avoid these contentious issues. You would know where we stand and you would listen to us as our commissioners that are to listen to their citizens. So I would like to ask that the county put in writing that if I don't know how we can get this passed, but there has to be a more transparent upfront process for the citizens to know what's happening and for them to weigh in on these special developments that are trying to get into our county that don't belong in those locations. So I don't know how to do that. I've tried to talk about this before, but without it being in writing, it just doesn't happen. So we could save a lot of taxpayers' money if we put some things in writing on these processes and we didn't move forward. And I've actually asked how much money has under canvas been billed to date. And so far for our county employees to work with this applicant, nothing has been billed to this large corporation. Our county has not charged this applicant any money, no, to process any of this. Us taxpayers are paying for it. Us taxpayers are paying our county to come against our own citizens. So when Commissioner Anderson says these appeals aren't against our own citizens, well, I asked Commissioner Anderson, who am I? I am a citizen. I am a tax-paying Klickitat County citizen, and this appeal is against me and other people that are citizens. So let's get some stuff in writing. Let's be transparent. Let's have processes that work for the citizens and not behind our backs for big corporations. So I really want to keep this on the table because I'm tired of people getting these conditional use permits imposed on them. It's not fair to the citizens. So let's get some things in writing, and I don't know how to go about it, but I'm going to keep on this, that we get some stuff more transparent. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We are still in citizen comment. So if you are, this is your opportunity to address the board. Please unmute yourself, raise your hand, get our attention. Nope.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
Rosedale Dimmick, 55 Tucker Hill Road. I'd like to concur with what Sherry has to say. And I also would like to add, if we could do something about increasing the distance in which residents are being notified. 300 feet from these projects is just not enough. Some people are just making property payments on these properties. They come back to work on them in the spring, and they might have missed the whole entire process to be involved with these projects that could be detrimental to their property values. So if we could maybe have the conversation too to increase transparency, increase that 300-foot notification that residents are getting. And if we could continue to use the processes that we already have in place, for instance, the email that's supposed to go out to all of the residents, notifying them about energy projects in our county doesn't seem like it's being utilized, as some of these projects are in the pre-proposal stage and a lot of community has not been informed about it. So again, I just want to concur with what Sherry says, and hopefully we can increase this transparency in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. So unmute yourself, raise your hand. Get our
7211.
7211. I see you've unmuted.
Good afternoon. This is Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery, Goldendale. Last Thursday, you had a workshop with Krista Schroeder. She discussed the different methods of taxing the energy projects, and currently we use the cost method that was deemed suggested by the Department of Revenue as a way to tax solar and wind. But then they discussed about the income method of taxation, which would not allow them to have the 8.5% depreciation on their personal property, and that burden wouldn't then be shifted to the citizens, that it is currently under the same cost method that they use to tax wind and solar, and it would bring in more revenue for the county. And I'd like to know if the county commissioners are going to tell Krista Schroeder, our tax assessor, to start taxing these renewables at the income method of taxation so they don't get the 8.5% depreciation and the citizens don't have to pick up the financial burden on that. And we do get more tax money. it seems to me that would be a really good thing for our county. You're all about tax money, so why aren't we taxing them correctly then? And I would like to see something happen on this, because now we have a Bluebird project that's going in out here in the EOZ, and it's not going to be regulated properly, and then it's not going to be taxed properly, along with any other future development of solar in our county. So why aren't you wanting to tax it correctly? So I know you won't answer me, but that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Greg, this is Commissioner Christopher. First off, I would like to defend our assessor that they're not being taxed properly. They are being taxed properly in one of the 3 ways that she is allowed to assess them. We cannot tell the assessor how to assess them, just like we can't tell the sheriff what to do. I do believe that the board has not forgot about this subject, that we will be thinking about how we can go about getting the Department of Revenue to change their recommendation to the assessor to make that change. But just wanted to clarify a couple of the things you said there.
Thank you. We're still in citizen comment. I do see Lynn have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Lynn Mason. I'm at 994 North Main Avenue in White Salmon. I'd like to comment on the Senate Bill 5092 that was just signed by the governor and point to the provisos in the bill that were written with Klickitat County and the sheriff directly in mind because of the problems we're having with his policy to manage wildlife on his own and devastating our cougar populations. Within the bill, the provisos state that there will be funds available to, let me read it to you, to legislative jurisdictions or to jurisdictions for responding to cougar-related public safety issues. Also to recognize that Fish and Wildlife is the agency actually overseeing the management of wildlife. And that just the mere sighting of an animal is not a public safety risk worthy of lethal action. So the legislature is taking note of what is happening in Klickitat County and acting accordingly. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention and all the listeners' attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. I do see, is there, okay. And it is now 1:30, so we are done with citizen comment.
Do we have our hands raised?
Did we have another hand raised?
No.
No. Okay. No. I was looking out. Which brings us to unfinished business, Human Resources Administrative Service Director Rob Van Cleve and the Planning Director Mochi Lindblad. Continued discussion. Oh, you were behind the post. That's where I'm sorry. I was like, that's not like Rob to not be here.
My favorite thing about the new building.
No
is there won't
post.
be a
Yeah.
post in my way.
Continued discussion regarding planning department staff.
The only change between this and what we sent you is the summary at the top. Butch and I are here because there, typically we would come to the commissioners and ask for verbal approval to post a position, bring a resolution, and a revised org chart. This position, there's been various discussions, and we told the commissioners at the prior meeting that before doing that, we would bring back this new job description for your review, your feedback, and a copy of the revised org chart showing how we would add this new position to Mochi's department. So that's what we're here for today, is to get your feedback and seek authority to come forward next week with the actual first step of the process to get the position approved.
Okay. Discussion, comments? You said the only thing that's different from what you gave us is the structure. The structure. Okay.
No, I like it. I'm fine.
Go forth and do good work.
We did ask, there was one more thing in the discussion.
There's always one more.
There's always one more thing. This one. How you want to recruit? I told Commissioner Anderson I had 3 things to talk about, and we got to 5. And said he wasn't going to talk to me anymore.
Yeah.
For the recruiting effort, either we can do it the traditional way we posted on NeoGov, or we could go to Prothman with, we recently signed a 1-year agreement with them. Typically the second and on recruitment, we get a discount, but it would still be probably $5,000, $6,000 to post this with Prothman. They said they have posted, planning is when they post, and they had some recent postings when I talked to them a couple of weeks ago. So depends if you want a targeted recruitment or if you want us to do the traditional route.
You want to do traditional, see what we get, and then.
Yeah, why don't we start? Be okay with starting with that, and then we'll see.
How long to start?
We usually post it for 3 or 4 weeks, especially for a position like this.
Let's see.
So we would know in a month.
Yeah,
Should,
Not
yes.
4 months, yeah. No, I'm fine with going the cheap route as long as it doesn't too time consuming.
Okay, and Moji and I'll talk. I know she's a member of a professional association of planners, I'm assuming, and we can post
Get
it
it
through
posted
some of those
there.
methods as well to try and target it. All right, well, we bring it back next week.
Can I ask you 2 questions unrelated to this?
2 or 5?
2. Just to clarify myself for later. If a project goes through the CUP process, Board of Adjustments done, does it come before me after all of that for me to have a vote, yes or no on?
No.
Okay. What about if a project goes to the EOZ? Does it come before me to have a vote on?
No.
Either way, neither one of those come before me to have a vote on.
The only time, those projects will go before the board is when we have a CEPA.
SEPA appeal only, not for the project itself, just a SEPA appeal. Got it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
I think the EOC permit's actually signed by the director. It's administrative.
What about, CUP is the same way if they're.
Board of Adjustment will sign the chair, the board, the chair of the
That's
board.
what I'm saying, when they're doing a CUP for a vineyard or
Yeah, it goes
a
to
music festival, they don't come here.
No.
That's what I thought, just wanted to double check, so.
Washing machine.
I know. They're landing on.
I thought it was a helicopter.
On the building?
On the building?
Compacting under the stairway.
Oh, it does, sounds like a helicopter landing. I thought, is it life flight? It's for me. You can go wave them off, Ibby, it's okay. He made it another week, it's okay. Hi, Sharon.
Hi.
Anytime you're ready.
Oh, I thought I was, yeah.
You're at
I
1:45,
do
but
have a
we're,
question, since I'm your next commissioner to show up. Are you doing in-person meetings next week or still on Zoom?
In person
At Dallasport?
in Dallas,
wow.
At the community center?
at the community center,
Got it.
spaced and masked,
And the time?
10:30.
I'm sure it's on my calendar. I just wanted to double check. Okay.
And I won't be there. My
Oh.
Norma will be there. You're the center of attention anyway.
You will be.
The commissioner's attendance is good.
No, it doesn't matter who.
They like.
The commissioner, they like.
Yeah, they enjoy
They
having.
enjoy having.
That's gonna be the first in-person meeting that you're having, huh?
Yes, we were going to have last one, but I had a family recent exposure, even though I'm
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
covered, but I did not want to risk as it was very fresh. So I felt
Fair
it
enough.
best not to do that, so. They've been anxious to meet in person again, so.
Oh, gee.
And there's a full advisory board, so,
Except for one, I know one.
yeah,
will be-
I got a message. One won't be there, but that community center has got plenty of room to space
Yeah.
out, so. Okay,
actually. So I came to discuss the grant that the Area Agency on Aging and Disability in Southwest Washington, ASWA, has available for everyone in the 5-county service area. And it's an actual 2.5-year grant that I would like to apply for, but it involves obviously adding a position and work to my department, which that funding would be provided through that grant. And then the idea is that if I would be working on sustainability of that position through a couple of other potential grant sources in the meantime. And then clearly, if it was not something that we could secure additional grant funding for, we would recognize that that would not continue. We would look at another way for that to happen. So what I'm looking at is to apply for funding to establish with a volunteer kind of connection program. So it would be actually hiring a full-time volunteer coordinator, recruiter, trainer within my department. We have a lot of volunteers that we utilize within our department for programs, but there's still huge area of gaps throughout the county and in our different communities that could benefit from having volunteer recruitment, development, coordination, and services that don't necessarily require like healthcare staff through the home care agencies. So examples of that would be things like we have a lot more unpaid family caregivers, so people that are taking care of spouses or grandparents or adult children taking care of parents that have dementia. And they're providing that primary care, but they need some respite or breaks, but that person they don't qualify maybe for a formal respite program within the state programs. And they don't really need somebody to provide necessarily personal care. They need somebody though to be there, have a safe, supportive person present. So we would provide some very specific focused training for those volunteers as well. There's a number of models that we can fashion after and resources to do that, where we would be able to provide volunteer support services to folks to help support them caring for family members and relieve some of that stress and burden. We also have a lot of seniors and non-seniors that are very interested in volunteering and supporting. We get contacted, but it's very difficult to manage that in addition to all the other hats that I'm wearing. And we have a lot of regulation and paperwork that goes along with even our existing programs with background checks and things like that. And this has been a position that we've wanted and needed for the whole time that I've been here, but we've never really had that opportunity to apply and get funding that could really support that. There are a number of other federal grants that would be coming available in closer to when this would end. That could end up being a replacement of that, but I could also look at specifically doing some fundraising services and supports and United Way has been a good supporter of different programs and services as well. So I feel like when we are able to show evidence of some of those, the success of this, that we would not have difficulty in terms of securing resources on an ongoing basis to sustain that. So the idea would be to be using those seniors also volunteering, because seniors and folks get a lot of benefit from volunteering. So we would be tapping into people that we already know, have skills and abilities and supports, and we can tap into that, as well as provide accessing clients that are needing that service and support. We also frequently communicate with, we've had partnerships with In Situ and some of the other employers that they're really focused on having their employees. They actually promote them doing volunteer service in their communities. And we have been able to tap into that with, yard work and things like that, where we've had In Situ and some of their employees come and do some work specifically at different properties and stuff for seniors. So we would just be looking at a more formalized, organized approach to that. We could tap into a lot more people to provide those services and supports if we have somebody that can manage that as their prime job duties and support. So it is, in terms of the budget that I'm looking at, which would be applying for that 2.5-year grant, is $300,000. That's to get that going. That would be an FTE position of the volunteer coordinator trainer. And then we would have some specific time allocated for our administrative assistant staff to help with some of the paperwork and things to support that position. It would be establishing, a computer and some of that initial supplies and equipment to keep that going. And then there is also a pretty large chunk of funds that we would be using for mileage reimbursement for volunteers, because that's typically what we've provided, and especially with gas prices. And we know, even just within our transportation and nutrition programs, how much we've historically spent on kind of just mileage reimbursement. So I'm estimating that as, about $20,000 a year, because again, we've got a very large county to cover. And the idea would be that that volunteer coordinator would be divided between Goldendale and White Salmon as kind of their main home base, but they would actually be out going into the different communities, Wishram, Roosevelt, Trout Lake, a lot of the communities that are really lacking kind of those support services, that have a lot of people interested in helping people in their community. And we can just help kind of connect and access that process, as well as being able to connect with people and help them access other services that we provide that they may be able to benefit from. So feel like it's providing that broader coverage. So there have been, there are other volunteer agencies, but none based here. And we found that is a problem. Volunteer Chore Service used to have a staff person position about 15 years ago that was basic, and they had a good core volunteer support, but they've been based out of Yakima ever since. And even though they're listed as providing service, when we call or make referrals, there's no volunteers established because they don't have a presence here. We also get support even from Providence Volunteers in Action in Hood River. They do come over on the west side of Klickitat County, have provided support even during the pandemic. But again,
so a question on that, would this volunteer coordinator, would they also be reaching out and coordinating with those other resources too?
Yeah, I mean, they would.
I mean, it's great that we have volunteers and but if there's some other ones that are already established that,
Yeah, the issue is right now is that there hasn't been a presence. So like right now with calling volunteer chore services out of Yakima, when we have in the past.
I was thinking more of the Providence folks.
And then even Providence, it's been pretty limited. They do have some folks that are in like the Hood River area and that were willing to travel
across the river.
Yeah. But there's just not been that presence. And so there also was a pilot program that was done out in Trout Lake, where they had a part-time funded position for a volunteer coordinator that was through SEEK, had funds that they used, and that was Ray Thigeson, who was on our board, and the ADSWA Advisory Council was very key getting that. Unfortunately, that it wasn't even a half-time position, and they had difficulty just maintaining a person for that. And I think there was a lot of success in terms of development and that thing, but really not. It's when somebody is just getting 10 hours a week, it's hard to dedicate a lot of time and energy and have long-term commitment for that. And so it's just been something that's really been lacking and we have, you know, a workforce challenge in terms of even providing care. A lot of the calls and requests that we get from seniors are just things to help them, you know, kind of maintaining their home in a more safe, just even yard work or things like that, but they don't have the resources to pay. And even just somebody to come and maybe do a little bit of housework or help them run some errands, some of those kind of basic pieces that don't require them to pay a caregiver through an agency, you know, $32 an hour or more. And the fact that there just aren't even agency caregivers available, it's been very difficult even when people have a lot of resources to staff those. So I feel like it's an area that we could make a lot of difference and provide a lot of support to a lot of people within the county.
The 2.5 year, that's, why is it two, if that's just the.
So they're talking about, they're starting, that you can start the project this July, because that application is due next Tuesday, June 1st. And that you can start the project and ramp up, and then it's running through December of 2023. And the application amounts were that they had to be no more than 150,000 per year for those years, and they're not funding any less than 25,000 per year. And it couldn't subsidize an existing.
Right.
Because I would have, I mean, I
Right,
could spend that in other areas.
exactly.
I've asked
we had this
I've
conversation
asked for it
at
for other
that's what board, and that's what
But yeah, so it
this
has
is
to be,
different-
it can't
this is different
supplant
dollars.
services that are existing, so it would be developing a new, and whether we would even get selected. Because I do know, I think KVH is going to apply for some funding in that grant cycle for their palliative care program, and then WAGAP may apply specifically for like some community health worker support type of thing. And so there could be any number of applications that come in. But, you know, this is what I feel would be, and based on just even feedback from folks, you know, on a daily basis in terms of where I feel like we could do a lot and we could benefit a lot both on the volunteer side as well as individual clients.
You got the grant here. I guess I'd say where are we on our budget hit? Is there a grant match? Is there going to need to be a vehicle? Is computers? I mean, what kind of dollar amount?
So the computer is in the budget. So I do have, you know, in terms of computer and software, and that is in the budget. We already have, you know, physical space in terms of office. We already have county vehicles that are shared between to do home visits and things like that. And it's what I use to go between offices. We have ones that we pulled off surplus from other departments. They still have, we feel, a good 100,000 miles in
There's
it.
still more life left to do.
So that's what we do is typically we've
Get the
watched,
hand-me-downs.
or I've asked, we have other departments getting rid of vehicles that they're replacing, then we will take those and run them till they don't run anymore.
Like that.
So
The fact that they might not get to do that anymore. So you might not get their replacement hand-me-down.
So, right, so there
So you're
is
saying
budgeted
very
in here though.
minimal, you're not gonna come forward later asking for funding for this because you pretty much got it covered.
Well, I have it covered for 2.5 years, and the plan is to work on continued sustainable funding, whether that'll be through additional funding that maybe ASWA will provide, or if it would be other grants that I would be applying for to make it happen. But, you know, a contingent item that would be communicated to the person, the FTE position that I would be hiring, is that this is a grant funded position. And in 2.5 years, it may not be funded. So part of what you're going to have to do is help to demonstrate the value of this program, because I think in addition to, you know, fundraising opportunities and grant opportunities, we could likely continue the funding. And so But I would be, hiring and communicating with the person to say,
Right.
this is an existing grant that may not be continued.
Is it a very competitive grant?
It was hard to gauge from, they've indicated that it's, in the application or the RP, it's saying that they're going to give some priorities to those that meet the different areas, the parts of the area plan. This touches on multiple areas of the area plan. That rural would be, but it sounded like they were going to try to fund at least a project in each county. But I'm trying to argue that, we don't have a lot of those other community service agencies and programs that the larger Clark County would have. And so the hope is that, but they haven't really indicated how they're going to evaluate the programs.
Okay. I'm supportive as with the big caveat of, if, because really at this point, what you're asking is, I want to apply for this.
Yes.
So
And
I
that
say
it is
yes,
an
go apply.
FTE and it is
And
adding
it is an
something
ad,
to my
and as long as
department,
the understanding is it's a grant funded position.
and that it may not continue
May
if
not
we
continue
can't
if there
secure
isn't.
funding.
I would be hopeful that that's what, if they see the value of it, that there could be funding, because there's a reason this is getting set up. I think there's an expectation that if this would work out, there would be additional funding to continue past the 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Of
and
course,
that's
no
what they-
guarantees.
Right,
obviously.
right.
Nobody knows what anybody's budget's going to be 2.5 years.
And I'm excited that they've decided to do that, because I've hounded them when I have gone to meet and asked, well, if you have this other money, why aren't you?
Right. Yeah, that was
So
my
I'm
first,
happy
that
that
was my
my-
first meeting, and I was like, what are you sitting on all this money?
Well,
over
that
here?
was, even Dave Kelly had come to one of the meetings after I asked again, why can't you give us more of that money, was to explain that. But I think Mike Reardon gives a very good direct perspective of the rural counties, and I think
No, and I will say from the interactions, the few that I've had, I've only been on that board for a little while, but you particularly in our program is highly thought of within ATSWA, so.
well, and I'm pretty vocal, so they not always, I guess, on the positive side for them, because I
don't think so.
I'm
I think they appreciate
outspoken
advocacy
about-
that's,
Yeah.
that we're, rural county, it's like, we're not Clark County.
Yeah.
We're not Cowlitz County. We're not, we're little Klickitat County, and we pay attention to
Well,
us.
I'm pretty vocal about the administrative burdens versus actual service and helping, like actually making the money go towards people that need it, not all this administrative
bureaucracy.
So, yeah. So I think they're
I
usually.
would say for me, with that caveat, I'm supportive.
Okay.
I love the idea. It's the budget part of it I don't like. So the same deal with that caveat that if the funding goes away, the position,
I'll make
you've
that.
probably got a good chance with me to go away too.
Okay.
I, of course, applied for the grant. Best of luck to you. I do see in here, it might be hard to keep that funded after 2.5 years.
Yeah.
So if you do get the position and get that person in here, you're out there trying to set up each community with their own volunteer. And if you can build that organically so that each community has their own volunteer coordinator for the volunteers. In 2.5 years, you might have a program that's self-sustaining itself. And if this is the dollars that get you to that point, absolutely.
And there is specifically the RSVP program, which has been in existence for a really long time. It's just a very involved application, because I talked to the board about that a year ago or so. But the timeline was too tight, but that will be an opportunity to come in again, because I know Klickitat County will be one that's kind of identified. And so part of that would be working on that piece to be prepared for that particular grant, which would have match, but we would be able to provide enough in-kind match that would be able to meet that.
Do you, kind of an off-topic question just for me, Do you have someone in your department that does all of the grants, or are there multiple people that do the grants, know how to do the grants? If somebody had a car accident tomorrow, you're good to go. If somebody has, you got backup.
As long as that person wasn't Sharon, yeah.
Yeah.
I know where I'm going with this. So.
Yeah, currently I do all the grants and navigation. I don't have a staff person to do that. Another person that would.
I'm leaning back into the grant.
Yeah.
Manager.
Yeah. Okay.
Keeping it on the front wheel and just asking as I go along.
Yeah, but certainly, you know, in terms of maybe having somebody, I mean, I think, you know, right now, like my operations manager though is planning to retire before I do. So that's not the person to transition train to, because she'll, you know, certainly if she would be able to manage a number of the pieces if say I was to not.
I say, because you've probably heard it before from me. I'm a big cross trainer. Everybody should know the person above them's job and the person below them's job, just because anything can happen. Grants are a little different with that, but.
Yeah, so, but I save everything. So there's a lot of templates and history and items that are pretty good guides for a number of things too, so.
All right, that was an off-topic question, so.
So along grant lines, the other item was actually, we did get award letters finally from Washington State Department of Transportation for our grants, the consolidated grants for transportation that I applied for the 21 to 23 year, and we were awarded our 2 more years of the fixed route shuttle service that runs between, so the one between Goldendale and the Dalles, and the other White Salmon, Midgeon, and Hood River. So we have 2 more years for that, and then we also received.
Are those fully funded, or is there a grant match on that one?
So there is match on that one, but it's not typically our dial-a-ride, which that's already was funded 4 years out. So that one's already through 2023. That one is typically has been 50-50. It was 48-52 match this time because I applied during the COVID, we were allowed to request some funds so that reduced our match percentage to 48% for the grant cycle. This one for the fixed route though is it's a little bit, it's about 80-20, we are 24%, I think is our match.
A weird number, but
to meet that, and part of what we're getting that comes into that is that the in-situ Gorge Pass money to meet that match requirement as well. So
that's covering the full match of the county, or just a part of the match?
So that is covering part of the match. Of that 24%. So it's primarily WASDOT grant funds. And then
if you had to throw out a number, would you figure half of the 24% or a quarter of the 24%? Or
yeah, I'd have to actually sit down and pencil it out.
Just trying to figure it out in my head.
Because there may be more money coming for pass with the next item that I'll be bringing is the other Gorge Go Pass that CAT is so which would be next year too. It depends on the price that's set and how much revenue they anticipate. There may be a larger portion of revenue that'll come from that because it's going to be a pass that'll work between all the gorge. Instead of just so people.
Their Gorge shuttle down to Portland that they do?
Yep, Columbia Gorge Express. It'll be all of the fixed route services in Hood River, Wasco, Klickitat, and Skamania counties. So people can also get Skamania was awarded their grant for, I think she got the one for the RMG to do the route between Carson, Stevenson to connect in Bingen at the Park and Ride there. So people can actually get from the Park and Ride on Skamania's transit to Vancouver too. Well,
Also,
it
they
will
can
be.
take either route.
So you'll be
Either
able to-
side of the river. you can
Yeah,
take it
except,
all the way
you
down.
know, where there's the gap now is between Dallsport and White Salmon. Because our route runs, you know, from Goldendale all the way down and goes down to Wishram and then goes into Dallsport and over across the river. And then the other shuttle just stays between Hood River, you know, White Salmon Bingen and Hood River. So there isn't, you can connect on the Oregon side,
Right,
because
but
you
not on
can
the
get, but we
Washington
can't,
side,
we don't have a connection
On the Washington.
yet
If
between,
somebody's trying to get from Bingen to Goldendale, they gotta go the long way.
they
You
gotta
gotta
go.
go over to Hood River, up to the Dalles, and then catch ours to come up here.
So we have had
And vice versa.
bicyclists that have liked coming up from and coming up to Goldendale and then riding their bikes all the way down to Bingen.
It's not
and then
even bicycle
crossing.
riding, that's
Yeah, that's
bicycle coastal.
down. I like that.
That's
Well, they have the
That sounds like
back
a great
roads and all that
idea.
kind of stuff. Yeah, so.
Should charge them double.
Yeah, right, backwards.
All right, sorry to keep going off topic, I'm just trying to learn as I go.
That's all right.
too, so.
Yeah, so.
But you did get
We
to the
also
bus
got the
shelters.
Bingen Point Bus Shelter, which is, that was a project that, so the actual port of Klickitat had wanted to, and they had, have a bus shelter at our stop that's out there. And they're providing the match, they're providing cash and the installation. And so the.
And I guess
actual-
the spot.
And the spot, yeah, so they're doing that work, and then DOT is providing, so it's about $7,600, because it's overall about just over 10,000 to do.
You know, for a bus shelter.
I know you wanted one in Wishram too, did that ever come to? the
Yeah, that was,
No.
that's gonna be down.
Down the road.
So we would like to have more than just our sandwich boards, but you know, they're
$10,000
$10,000. So,
I
they're,
saw your sandwich board in the Dalles yesterday.
so we are getting added on to like Cats. They have on their sign, they're putting just us on there. We don't get, you know, they have
They don't show our route or
resources, so
anything.
they're putting, and there is marketing items and routes and that are coming that we're not having to pay for. We're benefiting from a number of those supports from
like it that
these
way.
heavier transit ones. But there will be some, you know, more questions coming up. There is a lot of question about what the board's desires or feelings and things are on public transportation and expansion and kind of that whole piece. And
Well, you pretty much
so,
figured out my feelings. Everything's revolves around the budget, and if the
So-
budget don't look good,
and that's, you know, typically what, you know, we've indicated is if there's money, then there's,
Yeah.
but some of that is though just in terms of getting, and we have things within the different transportation plans and our human service transportation plans, as well as we will be coming up on renewal, where we'll be doing public meetings to get feedback again, which is required as part of that. But I do know there's just been a lot more discussion related to the whole gorge transit strategy. And it's challenging on the Washington side with both Skamania, you know, and Sophie, who's the senior services manager, and then us. We were multiple, we have a lot of all these other programs. Transportation is just part of it. There's a lot on the Oregon, they're transportation and transit, so it's sometimes very
It's a little easier for
overwhelming
them,
with
yeah.
with what they're wanting, but they, you know, they wanted visions about. And I know I've talked with the board before about some of the requests for, you know, like shuttles to trailheads and things like that. And we've communicated kind of what's what the focus is more on transportation and service for citizens of Klickitat County. And yes, okay, if people, we benefit from, so I think, you know, we are going to get a lot of benefits in terms of our citizens to access all these other transit routes for a really affordable pass, but it is difficult because we have such huge geographic area to cross and people are really spread out. And so people say, oh, we want a bus, but it's not feasible a lot of times to have a bus that's going to go where there's, you know, one or two people that are going to,
Yeah, you could do that.
Is
If
there-
you're gonna- your bus pass is gonna be $50 one way, because that's what it costs.
Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of brings up my next question. Has there been any history in the past of a private, anybody that floated the idea of private in the whole board? Kind of like a tri-man Portland, you might say, but out of here.
Oh, like a transportation district, kind of like its own.
Like its own little thing that's
Regional
not
entity.
necessarily from each county in it.
well, and that's kind of what was posed or suggested, is that maybe you look at, okay, we still manage our kind of human service, special needs, dial-a-ride stuff, but maybe there's another entity that then does more of a fixed route that does through the gorge that is on, you know, and so that's been some comments or suggestions and things, because it is challenging because you've got the different states and funding that way, but then you've got federal monies and different grants that way, and then you've got individual counties and cities, and so there has been kind of discussion on that, but it's again,
Not a big discussion.
Well, it always comes to who's gonna pay for it.
well, and
How do
this
you
is
pay
always
for
what's
it?
challenging, is that
It's challenging
when the
because it
money is
hard.
flush, then everybody, oh, but then we know when we're scraping to just get
Right. Then it's hard. and
emergency
It's not, I
to,
mean,
you know.
transit
Yeah.
systems, even in populated areas,
It's not a moneymaker.
is not a moneymaker. In a rural community, it's extreme, it has to be heavily subsidized.
Yeah,
And then, I mean, there are times when it's like, it would be cheaper to, you know, you could hire taxis and have them go pick up people and haul them around. It would be cheaper on a
Except
per
there
trip basis.
aren't any.
There's an opportunity for a private business. There we
So
go.
we've had.
Start
so-
moonlighting.
They're illegal here, but.
Yeah, one of the challenges we're facing right now is we're finding, we keep logs of when we have to deny rides, you know, the dial-a-ride service, because of providing that in terms of looking at applying for funding, as well as understanding patterns and things. But the other Medicaid transportation provider that was serving Klickitat County, Transportation Solutions, which is a private company, they've pulled out after the end of this month. They won't be serving Klickitat or Skamania any longer. So it goes back to just being Mount Adams and Skamania doing that service. And there's so much demand, we're getting booked out a couple weeks out. So we have people, you know, you might hear from me say, I'm calling Mount Adams and they don't have anything available. We're booked.
Right.
We're using all our drivers and all our vehicles. And some of it's still complicated by the fact of not shared rides in our vehicles yet because of
I'm gonna say, once
the
COVID
guidance.
goes away, you could.
We can do some, but it's still fairly limited when we just have so much demand, and we may have to, you know, have some discussions about our service area. Because we have, you know, there have been a lot more developments of specialists that are available within Klickitat County, as well as in the Dalles and Hood River. But we still have a lot of,
we already
rides to
confined a little
Portland.
bit, because we used to be where it was basically anywhere, you know.
Oh, right.
I need a
Seattle,
ride
we
to
used to-
Arizona for my specialist that I see there. Okay.
We did Seattle and stuff like that, and with Medicaid.
That's an exaggeration.
That was Medicaid, you know,
But
now
Seattle,
it's, though we
we would
still
think-
do take people to the train station.
I was
and we
gonna
have
say
to
that
go
right
for-
at the train
Yeah.
station, or Amtrak.
But so we did, but we have still a lot of Portland rides, and that takes, you know, like from here, I mean,
the whole
you're
day.
talking, yeah. So we may have to look at reevaluating, especially even in some of our senior transportation side, we've been and get more stringent with some of the qualifications that for people to be eligible to have it.
Yeah.
Because we just don't have the capacity for it. And I wish we would have other private entities that come out, but when we had them, then they go away and then it's back to us.
Okay, I'm gonna get it. So I think you've
Okay,
heard consensus,
So I'm
yes.
good to apply for that. Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
did you have a question?
Do you keep numbers on how many people use dial-a-ride a year and the costs? And I
Yes.
haven't seen that. Could you forward all that information
Yeah,
to me on
yeah,
what
how many
dial-a-ride
years?
is the regular?
And where they go, do you keep that information?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to Portland, Beaverton?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
I'd love to see all that.
That would be a nice little spreadsheet to look at.
Write that down.
So do you want, because of course, last year's gonna be a weird
Yeah.
year. But I mean, we would still have to, if you want several years, I mean, I have it for
Yeah,
many
I
years.
would almost be more likely willing to see 2019 than 2020.
Or I can just give you at
2020
least
really steep, so
2019, 2020, and,
that-
okay.
And is the dial-a-ride only, is it using the buses and vans only, or do you use
Volunteer
volunteers?
drivers, volunteer
All
drivers.
volunteers.
We use buses, vans, because there are people that can only go in accessible vehicles. So depending on the person's mobility status, they would ride in, and minivans are what we prefer to use, but we do
That's why I can ask.
We do have some people that have mobility devices and that have to go in a larger vehicle. And then we have volunteer drivers.
I was gonna say, she had like 5 more minutes. I don't know why he was in a hurry, but that explains it.
And I guess, so looking forward at this volunteer coordinator is gonna be trying to pull out more volunteers for this program. as
Oh,
well,
for,
right?
yeah,
And-
for all programs.
and designing that. And I don't know what your software system looks like that you're using for that, but that would be something that would be interesting if we move, I push for technology and making it very accessible and easy for your volunteers to be able to see who needs rides and
Okay.
designing that in the future or stealing it from somebody else.
I like stealing it. Somebody's already did it.
Yeah, and we actually, our current transportation software that we use for our dial-a-ride service, and we actually, it actually has another component in there for volunteer pieces that we could expand on, because it was designed really for a senior program support. And we did try a more transit focused. We did a trial with it, and it didn't work well at all, because we had a lot of issues with a lot of problems we had with some of the newer software. Had issues with our geography and the geocoding and wrong address and not providing, and it was a lot more work for our coordinators to manage. So there is still quite a bit of
I'm just
people involvement based on some of the individual client needs, because we have some really special needs folks.
I'm thinking kind of
So-
outside the box for the software, as if it's kind of like an Uber that, Sherry needs to go to the Dow Safeway at 10 o'clock on Sunday, and somebody goes, ooh, well, I plan on going there too. I'll take them.
Yeah, and there are open source software available similar to those, and that's something we could look at. There's a lot that's being developed that's free
I'm just
out
thinking you
there
might
and
get more
available, and
volunteers if they're already
so,
going at that time anyway.
And
they
if
could
it's
just
easy.
pick
Yeah.
their fare, you
Yeah.
could say.
Just look on your app, you're going to the
Yeah.
Dalles, and you can say, oh, somebody else needs to go too.
Yeah.
So I see a lot of the gains and efficiency coming in the future.
Right.
Because
Definitely.
the dollars are only gonna get tighter and tighter
Yep.
with time. And
and
costs are
we
only
know
going
it
up.
tends to, we get very cyclical funding.
Art, how much abuse do you see in the system?
How much abuse?
Yeah, abuse of the rides, in the transit on both sides, do you see much? You say, you're having to tighten down you know, the service area and people and.
Well, in terms of looking at, and I don't know that there's any, I wouldn't say intentional abuse of the system. I think it's just,
Maybe over.
we've typically, you know, been pretty generous in Klickitat County with, okay, if you're senior, and because there wasn't, we hadn't had fixed route public transit, so people that were able-bodied, even there was no transit for them to take. Whereas, so we are directing people that are capable to ride some of the, you know, and do those routes. But on the flip side of that, people have been used to the door-to-door dial-a-ride, which is more like
That's what
a,
I'm thinking is
and
the
so
20-something-year-old.
then you're less apt to want something that's gonna take you a
Right.
lot of time and you're doing transfers with. But that's kind of along the lines of some of what we've talked with the Gorge TransLink, which is the association with the kind of in the gorge of the different transportation providers, is having some travel training and things like that, where there's like volunteer travel ambassadors that show people how to ride. Because I think a lot of it is people don't know necessarily how to use public transit. If you've never lived in the area that had it, you don't know how to read schedules or and see how actual easy it can be. But it is going to take longer than directly in your car hopping in. And so that's where maybe we will have to shore up some of those, is like, okay, do you have the ability to ride this? You know, because in a lot of other metropolitan areas, you actually have to apply to be eligible for some of the more special needs dial-a-ride programs and be qualified for that. Whereas ours has not been that way. But because of the amount of demand and the more people and retirees that seem, you know, that we may have to do some limits, because
We're going that direction.
there are other areas that say, okay, well, you can have only X number of rides per month or something like that. And we've already tightened up some of those things where it was like, okay, yeah, we can't take you shopping every week, or, you know, you're gonna go once a month or this type of thing. So we have had to limit.
What percentage of the clients do you think are dial-a-ride versus riding the regular route transit now? In terms of
The dial-a-ride is huge percentage. I mean, the fixed route is and especially because we had suspended for a year. So we are seeing very much a slow uptick. We just resumed, you know, service in April, and even a modified schedule, which we're hoping to expand it to the more normal schedule in July. And with things just really still being kind of not fully opened, it's hard to gauge even, you know, compare those. But it is also the dial-a-ride, you know, it is priority as medical essential, and we're still only doing medical and essential. We're not taking people to go get their hair cut or to do, I mean, it's medical appointments, food bank, groceries, that kind of thing. So, but I'll get you stats for, you want locations, numbers.
And then also program costs too.
Okay.
I feel bad you're so overworked already, and we just said, hey, why don't you?
No, we have all this, I have all this information too, and then, you know, in terms of the average miles and ride, do we keep?
Just to have it for all the
mileage,
grant
hours,
reimbursements.
minutes.
Yeah, I figured it should be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Sharon.
Yeah, very helpful today. Educating.
Thank you.
Okay, well, while Ron is walking up after his sterilization is finished,
You just spray me?
we can take the sand if you want.
We should, technically.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda for 14 items, noting that number 8, the scheduling of the Dean Enterprises rezone request is being pulled. The public meeting has been canceled by the applicant, which leaves a total of 13 items.
I would second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $639,986.91 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $1,014,628.89 for the date ending May 24th, 2021.
I will second the motion. Okay, I got a motion, a second to pay the bills. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. The bills are paid. Next up, Klickitat County Fair Board President Ron Eyrig to discuss fair dates. Welcome, sir. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyhow, a lot of things are happening and not happening, as you're pretty much aware of it. Three things, if I may. First one, I would like to very much thank Lee and Ivy. Things are just crazy. Like last week, the insurance company got a hold of us and said, well, we can't insure you unless we're sure the commissioners are going to give you the fairgrounds in August. I mean, it's that insane. Anyhow, so I thank both of them, especially Lee, because she got me the information the next day. We sent it to the insurance company. And I really appreciate that because it seemed like they want it yesterday. And it's really nuts. But anyhow, I thank both of them and Ivy. Next item is talk about the resolution and then just the fair overall. Not so much resolution, but the fair date changes. This has started out, well.
I will tell you, when I first heard about this, I was panicked because I thought we were talking about this year.
No, very much.
I was talking to Lee and I was like, wow, that's really aggressive to think you're going to move the fair.
I very much appreciate that because when I've been on the board before, they talk, oh, we got to change the fair dates. We got to change. And I don't know, it seems like it comes up every year. And of course, I will admit, I was one of the first ones saying, I'm not supportive of this. The committee met. The first thing they recommended was, we want instead of the third full week in August, we want the second full week in August. This is where they started. Went to the committee, talked to various different organization people. Then they came back and said, we'd like the third full weekend instead of week, which I think this will clarify a lot of stuff for us. Because right now we're on the third full week of August. And sometimes it's really late August because if the first week's not a full week, it's really late. Several of the schools, smaller schools like your Wishram, your Klickitat, your Bickleton, your Glenwood's already started school when we meet that late. So when the committee came back, this was discussed by the full board. This was supported by the full board, this concept of the third full weekend instead of going by the week. Try to put a comparison here so you can see the different days. And it basically changes it, most part by a week, some it doesn't. We try to run it.
Same and some are different.
Yeah, and so it's not as major of a change as they recommended when they first started.
Is this gonna get us off the same cycle as the rodeos across the river?
Yes, it is big time, and that's going to help with the sale and with lining up the animals to go to slaughterhouse. Big time. We're still going to have some conflict with like one of the other fairs from time to time, but not like we have now.
Not everything in the region all at the same time.
Well, let's go with that. Yeah, Ty Valley.
Yeah. Ty Valley would be the issue, but it's not as major as what it is. So I bring that, like I said, there was one fair board member not at the board meeting, but the other board members supported this language. We asked the board if you would support it.
Well, it works better for me personally.
Well, for us, I said it just cuts into huckleberry season a little more, But otherwise, I just asked the board if you could remove the past resolution 2519 and put the supersede this in place. Whatever dates, if you want to just go up to 2024 like the old resolution, that's fine. If you want to go longer, that's up to the board.
Yes, ma'am.
I did already prepare a resolution and I have it to all the way through 2031, but I can amend that.
Oh,
if you'd like.
okay, thanks. So it's your call, what you'd like to do.
Doesn't matter either way.
I hope we never have to touch this subject again.
Yeah,
But is that likely?
A new board, well, it'll change in
It'll
4 or
change,
5 years.
so-
But I think this was a good compromise with what they first came out with.
Do we have a opinion on whether we want a resolution
I'm-
to the 31st or the?
Oh, as far as the time, I don't really
31?
care,
Yeah, I'm
because
fine
it's
with it.
changed, I mean,
Because
you can
change
change it in the
again,
future
so.
anyway, just, it's more of an aspirational goal.
Yeah.
That's gonna be set.
What I appreciated, I had to call Lee when I first became president because there was an argument on the fair date. I said, Lee, do you have the resolution of what fair date it was for this year? No, the intent is to do it now so the breeders can understand this now and then adjust accordingly. So I'm glad I didn't give you a heart attack saying we're trying to change.
No,
it.
yeah, when I was talking with Lee, I was like, that seems a little.
No, we're trying to do
We're
it
good this
proactive.
year.
So.
Well, I don't feel as bad. When I first looked at his dates, I looked at the resolution. I'm like, the resolution dates aren't even the same as those. It was the old resolution that you guys had signed, so, yeah. So no, I'm good.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
All right. Next item, just real quick, if I may, is just basically on the fair. We were planning to have a fair. Our worst scenario is running the fair Monday through Sunday. That's our worst scenario if everything goes sideways. We wanted to put a worst scenario in place. And that basically still allows us to do pretty much everything. The scenario we're working on.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the obvious question, as opposed to Monday through Sunday.
Yeah, meaning we would do a animal a day, like beef one day, sheep
Oh,
a
I
day.
see what you're, so it'd actually be.
Try to spread it out.
I was like.
So we can accommodate if
I
they
think a
say
fair
200
week is
people.
Monday.
I'm just saying worst scenario, we have set up a worst scenario.
Okay,
I don't foresee we'll need that.
okay.
I did read email last week from the Washington State Fair Association. Inslee's coming out with a new set of guidelines they said the 1st of June to give to fairs. What that means, I don't know, and when. The scenario we're working on now is just like we'd have a normal fair, except some things are gonna change. Minimum people in enclosed areas will have numbers probably underneath the grandstands. We probably won't have anything under the grandstands. Move all of those exhibitors outside. Camping, we'd like to have camping on site. So there's still some of those minor things to work out.
The exhibitors already signing up,
We just,
or do they need an assurance that you're open for business before they sign up?
we've got to get their premium book out. And it's supposed to come out in the middle of June. We've asked to delay that till like first week in July. Just,
The other one that normally is out by now is the box seating bid form.
yes, and we put that on hold. We put quite a bit of
I'm waiting for that one.
stuff on
I'm
hold.
waiting for that one. I'm in this year.
We have put some stuff on hold, and it's gonna be a big push at the end of the month. There's not a question.
It's gonna be swamped.
Yeah. Got a lot of good board members that do a lot of good stuff, so. Just give you a heads up, we're gonna have the fair. It just may not look exactly the same, but
You're planning for the rodeo part of it? too?
yes. Yeah, Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, even if we have to get to the point to have the animals removed off site or limit that nobody in where the animals are and not bring them out in, front for the parade, there'll be some minor changes.
I think we'll all live with it.
Yeah. No, I'm glad after last year, we're still moving forward.
Oh, what about Rodeo Queen? Did the same person stay for this year?
Yes, the same rodeo queen and the same grand marshal.
Perfect.
Yes. Carry those both over.
I felt bad for her. I wasn't sure she was gonna get another year or not.
Yeah, she did, and then she had the issue with her ankle, but she's still
Saw that too.
queen, yeah. So I'm open if you have any questions that I can answer.
Remember to be nimble as it comes down. Hopefully should be opening more and more, not less and
Yes.
less. So,
And I didn't mean to start off with our worst scenario, but we do have it, that we will have a fair, no matter what.
Yeah, hopefully by August, it'll be, most of this will be a non-issue.
Yeah. So and then how quick we could change things and get it out.
Yeah.
If you build it, they will come.
Yep. Yeah, I think people are looking forward to having something to go to.
It could be your biggest fair ever.
And we may be having some of our own issues because we're not planning to charge due to COVID this year.
Oh, wow.
Admissions.
Really?
One time setting.
Okay.
It's gonna double the price of dinner though.
Yeah.
Well, and we even threw out an idea, maybe we need to just charge, if we have to limit capacity for the rodeo, maybe we'll charge just for rodeo admissions. You know, if that's how it'd be a lot less than admissions, but if we need to.
I would think that,
limit.
yeah, if you had to limit the rodeo, you could limit it by charging for it.
Yes, that's kind of the brainstorm we were talking about. If we have to.
Hope it doesn't have to.
I hope so.
Because you're gonna have some of those families with small kids that love the rodeo that can't afford whatever, $40 to watch the rodeo.
That's kind of direction where we're heading, and we may, you know, by not charging 2 years ago on that Thursday, you know, like reported to the board in the past, you know, we had like 4 times the people that went to the fair on that Thursday by not charging. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. You have to keep the doors open though.
Yes. Well, that's just it.
What is the normal admission into the fair?
It's
like $8 or $10.
8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then a family's.
And then, yeah, and it depends if you do there's really no family day pass. There's all season adult.
Oh, that's right.
There's not really a
That's what I buy something there.
family pass. Yeah, your season per day. Usually your season pass is equal to 2-day costs. So, and that's about $33,000 is what we receive on that.
Why did you decide to go full-blown free instead of free for a day or reduced price or something like that?
Just the concern with getting the volunteers, and right now we're cash only. That's the gate.
Separate cash drawers
And getting volunteers to take the cash and the interaction was the concern.
Got it.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how it
And
goes.
we'll see. I mean, there may be things that change between now and then. So, thank the board for your time.
Okay.
And
Thank you,
feel
sir.
free to give me a holler if you have a concern or issue, or Lee's got my email address. So,
Lee has everybody's.
Yeah.
You just patiently waiting for the box seat bid forms to come out.
yeah, I'll mention that. Well, I know they didn't want the premium book to come out and say, you know, box seat stuff, camping, and then we're not gonna do camping and it
I
comes
figured
out.
that was the case. So.
Yeah, so in fairness. So, well, thank you very much for your consideration on that.
All right, let's go ahead and take care of our add-on, our first add-on.
First add-on. Well, I make a motion that we Approve amending of loan for Fund 307 Capital Major Projects cash flow during construction of the administration building from Fund 125 cumulative reserve by increasing the loan amount to $3 million.
Second motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the resolution raising the, basically the loan amount for the building for cash flow. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. I'll make the treasurer happy. Next up.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion for the purchase authorization request for the Department of Emergency Management, Purpose 1, Iron Horse IH 4100 series chair for the use by the Department of Emergency Management 911 Dispatch Center at a total cost of $2,721.90, which includes sales tax.
Okay.
I will second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Does it really have to be called the Iron Horse series?
It looks pretty heavy duty.
It does look heavy duty, I will say.
Lots of research. let's
Yes,
just put it that way.
yes, yes, for that much money, yes, you're getting an
Made a
Iron
few
Horse.
phone calls.
No, well, okay, good for you. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed. Okay, that brings us actually close enough as far as 2:40. Public hearing continued, closed to further public comment, board discussion, and possible decision regarding public testimony received pursuant to RCW 36.70.795 of ordinance 0033021, a moratorium on commercial industrial solar projects subject to a conditional use permit process. So this is our weekly discussion, hopefully as we're working towards some kind of consensus on what our direction is going to be. Actually, I'm going to invite our two staff people to come on up, so you're not around the corner. Planning director.
Staff people?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
more than an invitation.
Yeah, I'm going to invite.
Yeah. They might just stay back if you're.
If it's too, yeah, I saw the look there that, no, I like my post. Yeah, I think you purposely situate yourself. As was stated earlier, the new chambers, there's no post to it. So there's gonna be no hiding over there.
We could build one for him, but
Bring umbrellas.
Yes. And the only reason that if there was questions from the board, it's easier when you're all the way back if there was some. I did have a general question about really based on public comment earlier about the CUP process. It just flew out of my head. It was a process question. Oh, conditional use permits, again, not solar, and I'm sorry that I'm diverging, but things that have to go through a conditional use permit process are things that in the zoning code are not uses allowed outright.
Yes.
So they're not necessarily things that are inconsistent with zoning code. Actually, by that very definition, they wouldn't be able to be permitted in there, but they're not uses allowed outright. They have special conditions that have to be attached to them if they're going to be approved.
Right.
Okay. Because I think there was an earlier statement about the nature of conditional use permit.
Being not allowed.
Right, being not allowed, and they are. Things that are not allowed are not allowed.
And that's what the variance process is.
Right. Right. If somebody wanted to attempt to put something that was a not allowed use, they would have to ask for a variance or a waiver.
Depends, because if it's not allowed, it's prohibited, then.
There is no, you
variance.
can't have a variance for a prohibited activity.
Right. So for example, for density requirement, if you need to have 10 acres to subdivide a 5 acre density, like minimum land area, if you only have 9.9 acres, there's no variance for us to make this happen. So variance is applicable to bulk and dimensional. So if they want to have a reduced setback, that we can process that. So it depends on what they're asking.
But if that is something that is prohibited per our zoning ordinance, then we cannot process a variance.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Okay, I just like the record to be clear on, because that's helpful, I think. Okay, well, let's continue our conversation. Does anybody want to volunteer anything? I talked a lot the last couple times, so.
Which means you're good at it.
I don't know how productive. Yeah.
I would say I'm not gonna start, and then you make me start.
No, I'm opening up this is the board's discussion deliberation, so that we can work towards some kind of consensus, or at least for the majority of the board, so we can, I'm hopeful we can get somewhere that we have general buy-in from all of us, but we'll go from there.
Well, I guess I'll start off then. Well, gentlemen, I provided you both a piece of paper.
Yes.
With potential recommendations. Remember, we can't require anything of the Board of Adjustment, but I think it would be a fine idea, as we've been talking about, that these are things that we think that are somewhere down the middle of the road. And I provided it to you for your thoughts, considerations. In essence, I trust the process. I believe that the process, in the end, will have projects that move forward that the majority of the people can survive and live with. But in that same thing, with a conditional use permit, you can set conditions. And so I thought these were conditions that if I sat on the Board of Adjustment, things that I would like to see. So I open that up for your discussion.
Okay.
I'm the one that wrote it down, and definitely willing to make amendments, and definitely willing to explain my ideas behind them.
Okay.
With that, I have two.
I would spurred conversation. That's good. Go ahead.
Well, no, we're talking about a specific item.
Okay.
So it's not my thoughts, it's his thoughts and my understanding of his thoughts.
Okay.
Where you have the setbacks here, I would recommend the word minimum, so that the Board of Adjustments knows they can do what they want, as long as they know we're happy with this being a minimum.
Oh, as far as just as a header, minimum setbacks? Not
So if they seem that they feel that a specific spot should be 300, but boy, the commissioners really only said 100. We better stick to what the commissioner said. I think that can be detrimental. So I would like to see a word minimum in there. Also, I guess I would say the only real parts of this that I have grave concerns over are the size and area. With the limited of 10% of a township, or approximately 23,000 acres per township.
So 23,000
is the whole,
is a township. That is a township.
Right.
So your 23,000 acres in Bickleton could be the same as 23,000 acres in Goldendale.
No, a township is
It's
6
inside.
sections by 6 sections.
Okay.
So on the map,
So if this is the case and it's 10% of a township, and a township is 23,000 acres, then 10% would be 2,300 acres.
Correct.
Is a maximum that's allowed in that section.
In that township, that section.
How big an area is a township? I'm sorry.
6 miles by 6 miles square.
So the Night Road
I thought your
substation
math was
area,
right.
the Night Road substation area would be a township, or could that be side by side townships?
It could, I mean, their townships are set,
I mean, they're already
like you're
set.
legal, they're already set.
So
They're set.
theoretically, and that's just it, I haven't looked.
Like a
into that.
township could be adjacent to another township, and yes.
I mean, you can theoretically have the division between townships being Night Road. So then you would have 2,300 on one side, 2,300 on the other
Well,
side.
wherever it is though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I
Right.
don't know where.
Right.
So the reason I did that and put that in there is so that we've been talking about how much should be allowed in an area. And the only way that I could logically break down an area, unless I wanted to go by like Huck 12, land use designs, watersheds, is townships. And so I figured, at 10% of a township, you're not taking over an entire area, you're taking up a minimum.
So you're gonna make the jump on the mapping software real quick just to see what's
But
out
yeah,
there.
and the township does split up in around that area. I mean, and if you want to make it 5%, but remember, this is only for what's going to go through the conditional use permit. This is not part of the EOZ. And remember, these are just recommendations. Because we might have one project come forward, there might be another project out there that comes forward in the end, but we set our recommendations. They're just recommendations. Remember, it doesn't go in front of us.
Right.
It goes to the Board of Adjustment where it belongs.
I guess I gotta find townships on the stupid map.
Okay, well, I'm going to back this up, at least for myself first, is that I also think I trust in the processes. If the outcome of the process is if the outcome that you're trying to get out of the process is, a reasonable review of a project that addresses all the impacts that are raised, through that process, I think we have more than adequate through SEPA and through the conditional use permit process. If some folks want it to do where it's basically land use planning by process, then no, these processes are not set. That's not what they're for. And people are trying to make them do that. And I think that's the fundamental first question in front of me is, if we want to do land use planning, this is not how we do it. We would do it through a land use planning process. And if that is what we're trying to do, then we would we actually wouldn't need a moratorium, but we would need, because the moratorium is just we have to stop while we go do this planning. There's nothing that says you can't do planning while it's open. The only reason you would have a moratorium is if you felt like if you were going to make significant, really big changes to land use planning, that again, we've already sort of pre-decided what the outcome of that process is going to be, then you need a moratorium to stop while you do the planning process. That's a different, okay, I just want to make sure. It's really hard with everybody with their masks on to read body language. Mochi has like poker eyes, so.
Stand still.
Yeah. I saw you moving around, so I didn't know. So please, if I'm saying something that's inaccurate, please tell me. So for me, I don't, I don't support opening up a whole planning process, at least while I would not hold up projects while we were going through a planning process. And so I guess I'm just getting it out there as far as, so I don't support continuing the moratorium for that purpose. And so and folks all know my email, so it's, now I think there are things that we could do within our processes to make them more understandable so that people understand, again, that the outcome of what we're trying to do is that we want projects that meet all of the criteria as they exist today. And I'm confident that we can do that. This is in line with what we had talked about. I was hoping to with some recommendations as far as things that we would like to see. I don't know how much of this is cake and eat it too stuff. I like this stuff. I like this. I don't know when we start putting specific numbers down, if that gets us in trouble or not. I don't know. Like, I like the use of township because again, you do have to, unless you're gonna go out and identify a specific area, and then what's the criteria that you're using to establish an area? Is it on this side of this road or this side? Townships are already, I mean, every one of us has seen the term, it's on your deed. It's a geographical system that was set up. You know, we have sections, ranges, and townships, and so.
Yeah, I guess I understand that, but looking at the township, the 4 quarters of a quadrant all line up just north and to the east of Knight Road and Fish Hatchery. So theoretically, you have 4 townships right there in that development, which means depending on where they're building, you could have 4 times 2,300. Which is a pretty big number, and if that's the case, why make a number? Because that's a pretty big number. If you got, 9,000 acres of solar panels, why?
I guess my response, and I'll actually let Commissioner Anderson respond to his suggestion, but it is, if you, again, we're going back to, if you are trying to tie a policy to a specific project in a specific area, none of this works well for that. I mean, you are filtering this through one proposed project. And it needs to be, it would be, I mean.
I think we need to have a discussion countywide on how big of a project or an area are we gonna allow to be built out? Do they take over all of Centerville Valley? We okay with that? I mean, if we are and the board's okay with that, then the board's okay with that, but I don't know that discussion's been had. Is there, I mean, you think about it, if they put in 1,000 acres, or 2,000 acres, which is what the first permit is, that's gonna be the largest one in Washington State. Then if you add 1 or 2 more right next to it, now you're gonna have more than the whole state does, all in one township or close to it. Is that too much? Is that too big? Is that, I think that if it isn't, then it isn't.
And I guess I'm asking you, what would be objective criteria to use to decide what is too big or not too big?
Objective criteria. I guess all of us that would just be a personal opinion. I don't think there's any science necessarily other than environmental on what is too big. Well, I guess you'd have environmental, or does it go against state laws on retaining rural character? Those would be the 2 biggest things that too big of a development, I think, would push through. When this first comes across and it's 2,300 acres total, I'm like, yeah, all right. But then when you realize it could be times 4, it's like, no, I'm not on that. But same deal. I'm not looking at it as a site specific necessarily either, because this really isn't a site specific. I think we need to give direction as to what the board thinks might be too big for any other projects that might come through. Even in the EOZ level, if somebody goes and applies for something off of Centerville Highway in Orange Road, let's say, just because there was solar ideas over there in the past, and they want 5,000 acres. Is that okay? Is it not? I mean, that discussion, I think the guidance needs to be publicly given to the planning director so that she's not making it up on the fly and the conversations are not being had out of the public view.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Throw your pen at me.
No,
get my
it's not coming
attention.
to me.
It's not coming to you. You just might have to scooch back.
No, I just gotta make sense.
So I guess I'll give you a little bit more background and thoughts on this. I flew down the Willamette Valley to go look at all of those solar installations that are down there. There are solar installations on the west side of the state. How they can make money on that, boggles my mind. but they're smaller in size, but there's houses close to them. They're popping up all over the place. And then I went over Prineville again. And then down in Bend, there's ones, right next to residential areas right outside of Bend. And I wanted to look at, like, what have they done? Like, how intrusive is it to me? That's where I got, the slats and the fences, and can't even hardly see them in certain areas. About the approximate distance, same it is away. And in the limitation is, the reason I put that the size of the maximum within a township is to preserve that rural character. That was why I said, this is what we would see is like, you don't put more than this in a township, otherwise you're losing your township. And remember, this is only a recommendation. This is like your high level, like going over this is going to cause all sorts of consternation. Yes, I looked it up. It was already here, and it splits it below and above off of just north of Butts Road. And I really saw it as 2 townships possible. If you want to do,
You see it now as 2 townships, or
Well-
now that you look at the township map?
I'm looking at the township map, and 516 is a bunch of trees. Okay, and Cedar, Ponderosa Park and all that.
True. So you are correct there that I wouldn't say it's now 4 townships. It's what I would call 3.
It's really like 2. But this is one of those situations where, yes, this is absolutely, while this would be good for the whole
area
county, in essence.
so you have one on the right of Night, one on the left that incorporates Fish Hatchery, and the one north that incorporates all that land going up to Pine Forest Road, including the substation, is the 3rd.
Yeah, I wasn't really counting that stuff because.
Oh, it's gonna be buried. They all have leases.
I have no idea who has and doesn't have a lease.
I was notified last week that there's leases in that section right up on Pine Forest Road, so it's really 3.
All right, well, whatever you think, or we can just take that out. I was just trying to put something in there that would give some sort of direction that we are looking at that overall. Again, though, this is just a recommendation from the board. This has no rule of law. This isn't something like that. Here's kind of what we were thinking based on the hundreds of emails we got. I'm a firm believer in private property rights. I'm a firm believer in the process, that the process works, that throughout the process, whether there's appeals or appeals to the Superior Court, in the end, compromise will be reached. I voted against the moratorium because I said there is not an emergency. In order for there to be an emergency, I would have to say that the process would not work.
Well, where I still think there is because I believe that the decommissioning plan for Lund Hill leaves a lot of potential future issues, because that process was a 50% decommissioning bond. With scrap value on it, wasn't it? Was it 70%?
30% right now, but that is not a finalized plan. We asked them to resubmit from the 7th year from the date of commercial operation. So I have actually the model decommissioning plan that we adopted in 2008. So all decommissioning plan for all the alternative energy projects in our county follow this model decommissioning. And 30% is the maximum we would accept as the salvage value. So if you,
So that it's 70% bond and 30% scrap.
yes, and then of course they have different forms of financial security.
Right.
So that's.
Yeah, it's 30% maximum, right, Raji?
Yes.
And this has been a discussion with the treasurer's office and the prosecutor as well, so it's not, there's more input going into, what appropriately protects the county and these agreements. And ultimately, they're approved by the board, is that correct?
35%, I'm sorry. So it's in 2.2.7.
Right. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, ultimately, every decommissioning plan has to be approved by the board.
Every decommissioning plan of every project, or
Of every project. Every project
Oh.
has its own decommissioning
When
plan.
we
We give the this is the model, and so
Okay,
if,
see, that changes things.
so if things are going to be, you know, if we're going, I mean, this was what was done in 2008, we want to revisit this plan
Right,
as
but
far
is
as the
this-
model.
The model is really just a model that theoretically we can revisit or not. If an energy project comes, the decommissioning, that specific decommissioning plan has to come to this desk.
The final one, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The final one you have to sign because that's a contract.
I was
It's a
unaware.
contract, right. So if we are uncomfortable with something, it's, again, it's our call on
There's,
each one of those.
I guess that's.
The issue is gonna be is
There's
if
plenty
he,
of time to discuss decommissioning plans later. They don't have to be discussed today because we have options with that down the road. Got it. I guess one of the things your sheet didn't cover that I'm just curious on your personal opinions. Battery storage. Yes, no? Are we leaving?
I
that
would
for
say
Board of
yes,
Adjustments?
properly cited, just like anything. With, I mean, for me, it's like, I have not seen any evidence that battery storage in and of itself poses a risk that is not any more than any other technology. I drive around in a car that is a bomb. I mean, it could explode at any time. But I don't worry about, you know, do cars catch on fire? I'm sure if I looked on the internet, I could find 100 videos of cars burning on freeways somewhere.
Heck, you can find that many Teslas.
Right. Well, that's going more to the battery thing. Now, that does not mean, I think it's new technology and it has to be, but it would have to be properly cited and properly permitted and all those things addressed.
With that and the decommissioning off the table for me anyway for now, I guess my biggest question that I still have for this board is, do they have a maximum number for an area that might be a smidge bigger than a township? What's 4 townships? I mean, because I think township's too small a number. Because like I said, you can get around that, and now you're allowing full siting of 6,900 acres, and that's a pretty damn big project.
Cut it to 5%. I mean, my original was I was looking at 5%, 5% of a township would be the max, put it to 10%. But remember, this is just a recommendation.
Because when you start, you cannot, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's in the EOs or anyway, when you use a number.
Well, I understand.
You can't, what is that number?
Well, this is not a number for me to recommend to them. This is a number for me to have future discussion on when we hit a saturation point.
Yes.
So Dave brought up this morning, and he brought in a fairly low number in my mind of what these studies usually cost. And I think that study would help get you to that number in a township or an area. Because this is only for this area. This is project specific. I'm leaving the rest of the EOC. If somebody wants, out there by Lund Hill and you don't have another house for 20 miles, the township number may be a completely different size.
But by 10 miles is fine with me.
Right? So this was project
Like I said,
specific.
if you were dealing with 6,000 acres of solar panels down there where Lund Hill is, I would sign the paperwork. No arguments, no setbacks, except for that house right there. This isn't out in the middle of nowhere.
I guess what I'm struggling with is, again, what's the objective criteria? I mean, what are we basing it on as far as a number? I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I think the settings are different, but when you start picking areas,
I guess
you got to have something to back that up from.
Objective criteria is what the voters tell me. That's my objective. Whether I want to.
Okay,
agree with them
but-
or disagree with them, that's where I'm going.
Okay. I also is, the real discussion is about what neighbors want to look at. That's what the discussion is. I mean, that's the crux of it. It isn't, because all the environmental impacts, all of those other things do get dealt with in our current process.
Absolutely.
You know, wildlife impacts, impacts on traffic, noise, you know, dust, all of those things go through the number. So there's already things that scale projects to have to hit all those boxes. But we want to have it, but the box that you're talking about, the number you're talking about, a maximum, has nothing to do with those. It is what's the number, the maximum number that people don't want to or are okay with looking at being in their neighborhood, and how do we arrive at that number?
I guess I would say it's kind of the same as the settlement resolution on the EOZ when we reevaluate after 1,000 megawatts. I'm trying to get a number out of you guys when there may be a reevaluation on a certain number of megawatts. Because I think we're going against the grain, but.
Well, I would say that number though it was a settlement. It was a number that was pulled out of the.
It was a number pulled out of somebody's head.
But it was a number between the parties that were suing each other. They can arrive at a number. You're trying to get us to, I don't have any problem with committing to some kind of cumulative impact. You know, we can start on that now. I don't care. Because I think there is a cumulative impact. I think, you know, if you build and build and build, there's going to be an impact from that. And you should, but.
Are you okay with doing that cumulative impact for the area, not just that specific development?
Well, a study would be for either an area or the county as a whole. No, I'm not opposed to any of that. But what I'm opposed to is, you know, again, nobody is building any solar projects on somebody else's property. Nobody's making anybody build anything. And I am very sensitive to private property rights. And I know folks are talking about, well, what about my private property rights? Is that you're impacting me? Well, that's a really hard thing to quantify without some, you know, that's not subjective criteria. And where do you draw the line? What is that? That's what I'm saying about that. You look, when you decide, you know, how we overlaid zoning over the county, that was through a public process. That is, the community decided what level of development they wanted in a given area. There was no real criteria. It was the public as a whole, this, you know, or they should have, as far as there were some people, probably very many people participated, but at least enough participated where they said, oh, we think this area should be 20 acre zoning. We think this should be, you know, why 20, why 10, why 5? Because that was the public decided on that. That's what I'm saying, is that if we arbitrarily just pick a number that we think, you know, whatever it is, how do we justify, why is it that number and not a lower number? And again, there are folks that, short of the moratorium, they have the right to do this right now. So people own property, and I can tell you, if we decided to put a moratorium, you wanted to do something on your property, and we said, no, we're going to put a moratorium on it while we decide whether or not you can do or not do it. We may end up outlawing the thing that you wanted to do.
Like grow marijuana?
Like, well, how about building a house, building a shop, building a,
those things.
What's that?
There's setbacks for those.
Yeah, based on public safety. And they're not setbacks on your land for your neighbor's benefit necessarily, other than public safety. That's the only thing. Not because there isn't a single setback on a house because my neighbor, I don't want to look at it. There isn't. So that's the fundamental question. Again, I am not opposed if through a planning process, we want to look at that kind of stuff. Okay. I just don't think it's fair to private property owners right now to have their life all put on hold for the next multiple years while we rezone the county because some people don't want to look at it. Something that's being built on their neighbor's property.
You know, what I can say to that is that zoning and the zoning process is a settlement negotiation process from the get-go. Okay? I put this up because this would be trying to get to compromise, trying to get to consensus between the three of us. This is settlement negotiation
Right.
compromise. That's why I brought it forward. Again, I can take this and change it from BoCC to Commissioner Anderson and send it to the Board of Adjustment and say, this is what I think. This was what sounds good to me. Just like any other constituent or anybody else can send, the comments in. I'm trying to say, from my commissioner seat, this seems fair to me for when it goes to that next process. And then this is a public record. I'm sure I've already got an email or Lee's already got an request for this record.
I know, what are they looking at?
And what I'm saying is then what you're saying to the developers, what you're saying is that this is what the commissioners think is fair, in essence. Even though there's an entire process and the process can change that number, the Board of Adjustment can disagree. Based on what they hear, they can change the numbers. I put in there the good neighbor agreement for a reason so that neighbors can work on it throughout the process. Because I know that everything that we do that's a big project comes down to settlement negotiations. Whether it's between two parties or the tribal entities or the environmental entities, there's always settlement negotiations where we end up. That's why this was just kind of a and it was to spur discussion since I know nobody wanted to start it off today.
Nope, that was well done.
It spurred discussion.
It spurred discussion. Since we're having discussion, under your tribal mitigation requirements for tribal root gathering, are we talking, because just so I understand,
this is on state property.
Okay, that's what I wanted. So this is on state or public land.
Public property.
Okay, not on private lands. That was going to be my only comment was.
If the move today is to go this direction and remove the moratorium, because if that's what we're going to do, there's no reason to have the moratorium while we're playing with this piece of paper or any other piece of paper.
Right.
That there would be more discussion on everything in there.
Right. I mean, I guess that's the question in front of us right now. If we feel like the direction, the consensus, or at least the majority of the board is not in favor of developing ordinances specific to solar there is no reason to continue the moratorium. If we're going to instead lift the moratorium and provide and trust the process, provide, what recommendations we can to the Board of Adjustment, those can happen. We can be, there's nothing is going to the Board of Adjustment tomorrow. We can't, or I don't think it would be if we lifted the moratorium. And we can be working and developing on what our recommendation is. And I would suggest in, consultation with staff, planning director, the natural resource director, and the prosecutor as far as what, because I would like to go to the limit.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think the prosecutor even needs to be involved and that's just my thinking, because like he said, this has no enforcement, no teeth, no nothing. So it doesn't matter what you write on there. There's no binding in court of anything you write. So I think that's just going to be his answer when you get him involved too.
I'm sure he's online.
Yeah, I don't think that was not my interpretation of what he said. is that, you know, he was talking about broad brush, I remember, because we're not creating law, but we can create the appearance of rules and if we get too specific is how.
Well, you do create law and you create ordinances. That was his other half of his remark.
Right. And so that's what's before us. Do we want to create an ordinance or not? If we want to create an ordinance, the moratorium should continue, although it wouldn't have to, but the moratorium would continue while we develop an ordinance. If we aren't going to develop an ordinance, there really is no reason to continue the moratorium, and we would lift the moratorium, is the way I see it.
Has anybody found another county that has solar, like we visited in Prineville, that doesn't have a solar ordinance?
And I want to be, let's keep the record accurate. It isn't that we don't have ordinances. We have ordinances. It's
in the CUP.
We have general ordinances governing any activity. So it makes it, there's this, we keep saying that and it makes it sound like it's the Wild West, that unless we have an ordinance, it's, you could just do whatever you want. And there isn't. That's not true.
Well, I
Like
see some solar related things in the EOZ, but I don't see them in the CUP.
But that doesn't mean there aren't any, that there can't be any conditions or mitigation or anything specific to solar.
That's fine, that's not an ordinance.
That's part of the process for the project.
Right.
That's part of the process. Project specific.
You can jump in anytime.
Water's fine.
Yeah. Or anybody else. No, you're not touching that.
Well,
I mean, that's how, at least I see it, is that's the question that's before us. Once that question is answered, then we
I
move
think
one way or the other.
I think the question's answered, it's just may not be unanimous yet, which is why we're still having a conversation.
I guess you voted for the moratorium, knowing your breadth of experience being a county commissioner and knowing the processes. And we signed the moratorium, two of you signed the moratorium, saying that these are the cases of why we're stating this moratorium is needed.
Right.
To do more information, more soul searching and everything like that.
Right.
My personal opinion is that the moratorium, if we believe in local control and if we believe in local decision making, putting a moratorium in place when there's the FSEC process that somebody can go through, because in the end, if somebody gets a purchase and power agreement tomorrow, they're gonna start their own process. And if they can't legally do it through us, they'll go through the state. And if you look at what Inslee just vetoed with regards to, that was brought up in the Seattle Times article, that tells you what's going to happen. And I'm a firm believer that the local process is the best process, and that the ordinance, the moratorium hurts us far more than will ever protect us. While it's there to make you feel good, it actually can't protect you. And I didn't think there was an emergency, so add the two together, right? But I also voted no.
Well, I personally don't think FSEC or Inslee is going to force solar down our throat if they see us actually working to a solution. If we had a moratorium that we never talked about for 6 months to a year, then yeah, because you just have a moratorium for the sake of having a moratorium. I think there's a difference there.
So do you think that we could work towards a solution as far as a solar ordinance that actually allowed solar development in the Knight Road area that would be that would not be opposed.
Sorry, reclassify, restate your.
Well, if the outcome that folks, I heard from many people as far as continue the moratorium, we need solar ordinances. But based on their comments that I've received, many of those people, the outcome of the solar ordinance is a prohibition on solar in that whole area.
There was a lot of those comments, yeah. And
So at the end of the
I don't
process,
think
what are
even
you
if-
gonna gain?
Well, for those people, it's not everybody. For
Well, if we're
those people-
listening to our citizens, and you're listening to your citizens, and the
Okay,
majority of
that's-
your citizens.
That's 5% of the people that have an issue are the no solar people. Then you have the 95% that don't like the way it's set up now with our policy and lack of ordinances. That could be an education, maybe they're listening to the first 5%. But no, it's not just a general blanket. And part of that could be on previous boards not educating the public enough to what's going on.
Okay,
So
well,
a lot
I
of
would
this is a big
dispute, I would
surprise
dispute
to
your
them.
number as far as that. I think that's not an accurate number. And I don't think it is. Yes, do I think there is an enormous amount of misinformation and miseducation out there? Absolutely.
I would agree with that too.
And, based on that, and
but I would say there's a lot of bad information on both sides of the argument, so. I think there's
Yes,
scare
go ahead.
tactics being used as well, so.
I guess, knowing that, so you speak about an ordinance. I'm not in favor of writing an ordinance for a single area, okay? This is site specific, project specific for an area that is different from a lot of the other areas that solar is getting currently permitted at. And I don't want to build a box that you put all this stuff out there on the east end of the county and you're trying to slam this thing into it. This is project specific. We've already chosen to go through the conditional use process because that is the most public process that we have to allow somebody to do what they want on their property, that allows the neighbors and the community at large and all the other interests to be involved. We chose that process back in February or whenever we decided that, January.
understanding, if I may, that doesn't give the right to the neighbors to veto any project that they don't like.
I would agree with that.
Absolutely. That is the process. And that's the process that we
See, for
chose.
me, I'm not arguing my point based on the 12 neighbors that everybody thinks that I'm anti-solar and no on solar, and I'm only listening to the 12 people up there that are screaming about no solar in the area. I'm listening to the community, which includes farmers and ranchers in the Centerville area, that are looking at long-term effects of the Centerville Valley. This isn't just the no solar, I live on Fish Hatchery Road group. It's citizens that live in Goldendale. It's ranchers that live in Centerville. For the record, I think our current policy, and the fact that solar panels have even shown up in this valley is a complete shock to them when they were 100% behind the EOZ for windows.
So don't put any in. I mean,
So I guess trying to get to a decision point, because somebody said we were going to try to get to a decision point today. Dave brought us an idea about cumulative impacts in the houses. Do you two think that money would be well spent looking at the county? And that might be that, I mean, with a little bit of nudging and prodding, we might be able to tie that in with this larger process on siting in the Columbia Basin and include our area in it, even if we have to like kick in a couple dollars so that they look at our area. And that's looking at the broader picture of solar throughout the county. okay? So, and then that would be that portion of it. We could attempt to come up with numbers that are close to this to forward on to the Board of Adjustment. We don't have to do it today.
No.
But this was for discussion. And then, other than that, what
Well, let's
does,
just,
what does the, can I finish?
Let him choose.
What does the moratorium get you? Right? So what is the purpose of the
I was just gonna
moratorium?
answer your question before I change my mind.
Okay.
Don't let me change my mind. If we do the study and we're willing to work on some kind of thing like this, I will sign off because I know I'm gonna lose the argument anyway. So at least then I have some negotiation and I can get something accomplished versus nothing. So, yeah. Don't like it, but it's better than nothing.
I don't think anybody likes any of it.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I would support that.
But I don't know that this study has to go full county-wide because I've yet to talk to anybody in Bickleton, maybe one person that doesn't like it out there. The people that don't like it are right here. But if they're gonna do a full state study, let's jump on board. I just have a feeling half of our stuff will be done before they ever get that study done.
Go ahead.
So I guess the other thing is that knowing that we're gonna have an application come forward sooner or later, maybe it's this year, maybe it's 3 years, whenever somebody gets a purchasing power agreement, right? Knowing that that's gonna happen likely for this area, because there's people out there that are interested in it. The cumulative impacts analysis would get you to the answer on this top question.
Right.
And that answer to that question can be used in the EIS to set what is socially acceptable in that valley.
Right. And the other reason I'm signing off on this is because I think the solar companies have a heck of a lot of outreach to do with this community. And if they've been listening to the people in the community, they know they have a lot of outreach to do with the people in the community. And they, by signing up on this, hopefully they show up and have those discussions. So, yeah, good, go, make the motion.
First, just a process question. What action does the board have to take? What's the action it has to take to implement, rescinding and doing this? What do you need from us?
We need a motion to lift the moratorium with the direction for staff to investigate further on the community impact analysis and perhaps to develop recommendations. And hopefully have a date that we need to bring something back to continue this discussion, whether through a workshop or another open discussion on Tuesdays.
Okay.
I don't think it needs to be a Thursday workshop. I think you guys come back with the information on a Tuesday afternoon. We say, yes, spend the money or don't spend the money or find the money.
Well, I know who they're finding the money from.
Well, I would imagine same deal as we talk future, whether it's Tuesday or workshop on things like this. They'll be a lot easier and a lot less heated than the discussion we just had, so I don't think it would be that difficult.
Oh, this was done.
He almost took a shoe off and threw it at me.
No, I did? Or you?
Oh, that's only because you interrupted.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to tell you, you better get me before I change my mind, and you still ain't got me yet.
No, I was
You
gonna
gotta
ask,
make the motion before I change my
I
mind.
was gonna ask you to make the motion.
That ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna
Because
be the third on this one. The chairman's gonna have to step down the second.
So,
And I'm hoping I don't change my mind before you do it.
well, I was the vote on the no.
I know, and you're making them,
That's
well,
why I
that
was
makes sense, so it'll lift the moratorium. That's okay.
That's all right. Then I guess that means that I was right.
Well, I'm not gonna say. on
Be
that.
very careful.
Yeah, be careful.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to lift the moratorium while directing staff to work on further refining a cumulative impact analysis on the Knight Road area. And then as well, yeah, no, that's actually it.
You forgot this part.
Oh, well, I wasn't gonna include it, but I can. With the understanding that the Board of County Commissioners will continue to work on recommendations from the board to the Board of Adjustment.
Yes, clarification.
You're limiting the cumulative impact.
To the Knight Road area, or
I
do you
would
want to
suggest that we at
categorize?
least have a scale, because we're going to be looking probably at, impacts to various species, so you need some kind of a scale there that, so just come back with some
Let me just
recommendations.
amend it to say to primarily the Knight Road area with further investigation into the rest of the county and tying it to the Columbia Basin thing, but I didn't want to put all those words in a motion because then if he has to write it.
Like I
back.
said, I would like it through, Centerville, Goldendale Valley. I think that's what our people need to see.
I'm sorry, for the moratorium, is there a policy for the whole county for solar project that is subject to a conditional use permit?
Right.
The moratorium wasn't specific to the Knight substation or the Knight Road project.
Right.
So
We
I'm
should
just
have that
trying,
wordage in there.
I'm just trying to make sure that we are making a policy decision, but not a site-specific
Right.
project decision.
Right.
Right, so it's
Mr. Chairman, I would
amend your motion.
rescind my motion and make a new motion. And since there was no second, so I guess I don't even
I
need.
guess
to-
it just died.
It just died, like I want to right now.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, my nickname's gonna be Bubble next.
You're doing great.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we rescind the, trying to, give me a second to put all my thoughts together.
You might be taking
We have
it
to
over.
rescind the moratorium, cumulative impact
Analysis, and then while working on recommendations. Okay. See, I started broad for a reason.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to rescind the moratorium while directing staff to look into a cumulative impact analysis. Oh, now I'm really in trouble. And while the board also works on recommendations from the Board of County Commissioners to the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, I will step down and second the motion. Stepping back up. I have a motion, it's been moved and seconded, discussion.
So in the discussion, everything that was stated about, we're looking at an area around here primarily, but also looking more holistically when you talk to them and come back and try not to, break the bank with a bang.
Yeah. I would
And,
agree with all of those.
and I would say the cumulative impact, hopefully, obviously the wildlife stuff, but also the, size, scale, scope, as far as the social impacts of that. Those are
I think, yeah,
factors
social,
that we want.
mental, all those things more than deer habitat for me.
Yeah.
Any other additional discussion on this?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to say that, as everybody can see on Zoom, this has been a very long, thorough, multi-week discussion. I've thought about it for hours and hours and hours about the best way to protect the community and while always remaining true to my belief in private property rights, and ensuring that everyone is treated fairly and everybody has a voice and everybody is respected. And so I want to thank the both of you for going through this entire thing and being respectful up here. Because that was not heated, our discussion.
No, I would echo those as far as I think the board, I think the board was actually a pretty good example of you can have discussions on really tough topic, and you can do that. You can disagree, and you can disagree disrespectfully. I think we saw some examples of the public that was unable
No, it was
to do that.
disrespectful.
And that's disappointing to me, because I think that's damaging to the community, and that's something, because we have a lot of tough stuff we have to do, and it's really hard when people are not respectful to each other during that process. But any other comments?
I guess I would say, yeah, I would echo those. I mean, I'm a strong supporter of private property rights, but I know I'm gonna take some heat for this decision, and that's all fine and dandy, but
Come on in, it's fine.
huh?
I said, come on in, it's
the water's
fine.
St. Christopher doesn't
St.
work anymore. Oh, I made you laugh too. I may not like the outcome, but if I think I can get something from the outcome, that's better than nothing from the outcome. So that's why I'm gonna vote yes on this.
Okay, that said, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Good job. To go do some work, come back with some,
Not like you don't have enough to do.
yeah, enough to do.
Delegate, remember?
Yeah.
She said, yeah.
Renee said she'd help you.
Renee's doing the study.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your help during this difficult process.
Okay. Jeff's gone. Remind me, because it keyed, an earlier public comment from Mr. McCune, I think he's still on, about the Annex 1.
Yeah.
I don't actually know for certain if that was part of the agreement with the city that we have to tear that down to build parking, or was that, I know it wasn't our idea. We have to do that, but I don't know.
Well, I don't know that it wasn't the previous board's idea, because if I remember correctly, hearing from Gordy, it was gonna cost something like $2.9 million to bring that building up to code and get rid of the asbestos and
Right.
kill the
Black mold,
mold.
there's no black mold.
But hey,
there.
if somebody.
Hey, now.
Exactly, so it becomes, you could build a new building for the cost of trying to fix this one. And that's why this one was being decommissioned. That's the impression I was under from discussion that Gordy had a year ago.
I mean,
But I don't know that it's, but again, if we're not required to tear it down to have the parking that the city mandated how many spaces we had to have, we could surplus it and just get rid of it, and that's somebody else's problem. But that's,
you could sell it, and then nobody wants to buy it because of what it is, and you sold the property for $50. I don't think that's to the public's best interest.
it is if I have to
If
spend
I
a
don't
bunch
have
of
to
money
pay
to
to tear it
tear it down, it is.
Oh.
I think it's worth looking into.
Yeah, I don't know.
See, my big issue, I've always thought, like, remember, I wasn't sitting up here when you guys decided this, but I was like, why would you want a big parking lot in the middle of your downtown?
Oh, no, I mean, it's a stupid place for parking lot, I'll give him that. It's just, I think it was a way, we're not ever gonna do anything else with the building, so that we didn't get sued by all the employees. So.
Again, be careful. Theoretically or hypothetically speaking.
I guess the question would be, would it be worth it to you guys to have a conversation with the city about the building and whether they've had changes in the city council.
Yeah.
And agreements can be amended. And if they think that there's somebody out there who'd want to start a business or a childcare facility or an elderly care facility or something in there.
I'm fine with having the discussions. I don't think you're gonna get anybody that wants to sign off on paying to remove all the stuff that we don't want to remove. If we're looking to give it away free, I'm pretty sure nobody wants to buy it for free and then pay the money to dispose of what needs to be disposed of.
Okay, well, the first thing I need to know is, are we required? And I'm not gonna put Jeff on this site as far as the parking.
So who are we directing to figure that out?
Well, Gordy knows, but he's not here.
Just
so,
leave it for Gordy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no, I was just, it was mostly just remind
Like I
me
said,
later.
we got plenty of time, so I'm pretty open to having the discussion 9 days to Sunday, so.
Okay. Let's move on. Hello, prosecuting attorney, it's your time.
Are we going into executive?
I don't know.
You probably will, because I'll have questions in that regard.
Well, first off, I want to cede some of my time too. I'm Broadband Cleve from Human Relations, and I believe Aaron Quinn from the Health Department.
Yes.
To talk about the recent updated guidance from the governor's proclamation issued on Friday morning, and then the interpretations of that proclamation issued by the Washington State Department of Labor and Industries on Friday. It's a pretty short description. It lays out for individuals that are fully vaccinated, lifts requirements for masks and social distancing, lays out obligations on employers to have some sort of verification system in place as to confirm the compliance with that restriction, either through showing the vaccination card or the employee signing and a tested document. So basically an affidavit or a penalty of perjury that they're vaccinated. If they do one of those two things, according to the LNI and the governor, they can be removed from any of those restrictions. County and city governments have the ability to impose more restrictive conditions on access to their facilities. So I know, speaking for my office, I implemented that policy yesterday morning. And so that's what I intend to do moving forward. I think that probably.
I have a quick question.
Come on up.
Can I ask Dave a quick question before we continue too far?
Sure.
On the signing a document to attest, was it actually written in there for signing a document to attest? Or can they verbally attest?
No, they need to sign, so it says attest.
It was signing, okay, correct. I just clarification for it.
How is, that's with, as an employer with employees, what about this as a public space? What
Well, I
was
think
there
the
as far
argument-
as the,
I think the argument-
public halls and the, what?
Well, I think
civilians.
I can answer the question. I think the assumption is that would be treated as normal businesses in which there is the option to basically treat customers on an honor basis.
Okay.
But that does not apply to employees.
Right.
The guidance from LNI is just for the employers.
Right, because that's the LNI would be their jurisdiction.
My understanding is very narrow and does not address any other issues that are imposed upon us in terms of facilities and the public and all this. It's very narrow for the workplace.
Yes.
My question is, Mr. Prosecutor, can you require people to show you, like an employee, like in a business or whatever, can you require somebody to show you your vaccination card?
Yes.
You can require.
Yes, I had to show proof of vaccination for hepatitis as my role as deputy coroner pursuant to the county policies a couple of years ago. Individuals throughout the country in this state and this county have to show MMR vaccinations to be enrolled in school and participate in many public aspects of life. And so that it's not even a question of can they, it's required to do so unless they sign and again, a test on an affidavit.
And to your point, it does say in the LNI guidance, sign a document.
Sign a document.
So I know it was with the civilians, you can either ask them or they can show you ID or just tell you they did. Or you can just assume they did. It was the two ways of doing it. So I wasn't sure which way. I remember reading that.
There's a looser criteria for retail establishments for dealing with their customers.
So I guess the question would be is
When can we start?
for management of, are we going to send an email to everybody, all the employees with an example form for attesting it? Or how are we doing this department by department? I mean.
I believe the proposal from the Health Department and Human Resources is to allow the implementation, monitoring, enforcement to be office by office and department by department. And if any office or department wishes assistance in generating that form, I'd be happy to assist in that.
I mean, it's very clear in here, if they're not fully vaccinated or their status is unknown, they must wear a mask. So it's either or, either you're vaccinated or you're not. And if you're not, you have to wear the mask. Talking to Darren and the PA, since we have elected offices and appointed departments, trying to come up with something that everybody will implement, it might be more challenging than just sending this out to the departments. LNI gives examples of how you can keep that information, and it has to be available to LNI. Therefore, each elected official and department director under your supervision would be accountable to have a process in place, whether it be copies of their vaccination records, signed letters that the PA said he would draft a form if requested, but some way to prove to LNI if they come into the workplace that someone's asked and verified. And it would be the full vaccination, so that's 2 Moderna, 2 Pfizer, or the 1 Johnson & Johnson.
With the required time frame after getting vaccinated. So.
And Aaron's on the phone.
That's correct. It's 2 weeks after the end of the either series or the Johnson & Johnson.
I guess another question would be, if we're gonna have the departments sign their own waivers, are we going to allow departments to have stricter regulations for their department, like making people continue to wear the mask even if you've got your vaccine card, than we have as the county as a whole? Or are we adopting a countywide policy? Obviously, electeds can do whatever they want. I have no control over elected. But for the departments, are we having a single countywide, this is what we're doing?
So this is Erin. In our office, we're actually going to have more restrictive guidelines because we are providing clinical services. So our department might, and we might be the only ones that are the outliers, but we are definitely an outlier. We are inviting unvaccinated people into our clinic. And so staff will wear masks during that period of time.
Right, but I think you would qualify as a medical in that same governor's L&I thing.
We do, but there's just is an example that we are one department that will be slightly different than everyone else.
I'd say I mean, generally, I would rather the obviously the electeds could be more restrictive if they wish. That it would be nice to have a single policy for the departments that answer to the board, except for the exemption.
Which is already exempt in the
it's already exempt or could have its own anyway. I guess if there was a director that had a different thing, I guess they could talk to us, but I think.
Right, that's, I guess what I'm asking for is them to have to come seek variance to the county policy.
So I guess from my perspective, I think because LNI says that they need to be able to see it, I think the best thing is to come up with a form that people can either attest, or you can take a photocopy and every department head has, a folder with all that information in it. And then and then we can email that out to the department heads to print out, so that they can have everybody sign, because if you don't have it, you have to wear a mask, and we need to be clear across the board that you're attesting or this, and then it removes us from our liability. And when people are getting it on that, and so thank you for offering to do.
So you're saying countywide form, not each department making their own form?
Well, at least the board, as far as ours, we can't. Elected can do whatever they want, but he's offered to draft one.
Just let him do it, and then email to all the department heads and elected.
As I understood the question from Mr. Christopher, is are you going to allow departments under your management to have more restrictive? So to have a department
department policy of must require masks regardless of vaccination status. That's how I understood it.
Right, and I think, at least I said, I would rather not, I would rather have a.
Rather have the
policy.
mask for a variance.
Right, if it was that we have a uniform policy. I mean, I don't know, I didn't
I
hear
was
your.
ignoring the question.
Okay.
Ouch.
Because I wasn't attempting that to be something that we were gonna have happen underneath this. I think, you know, the guidance is that.
Right, I was just trying to make it crystal clear.
Okay.
Yeah, do you think that's gonna be an issue?
I think it has
Maybe.
potential to be an
Maybe.
issue. See,
Oh, okay.
I was trying to nip something in the bud before it became an issue.
So do we need an action, or do we just, you're gonna work up the form, email it out to the directors, the director?
I think it just needs to be a motion because they're enacting Illinois guidelines, which is their.
You don't have an option of not following it.
Right, so we don't, whether we take action or not, other than we could be more restrictive.
Correct.
Which I guess, at this point, we are more restrictive because our,
But I did think it said in there, you would know better, David.
so from a facility
The
standpoint,
county
the,
currently doesn't have a policy.
well,
Well,
we have
I-
signs on the door that says otherwise.
Those were provided from
Change
Illinois.
the signs on the door.
Okay. Yeah, what do
What
we?
do we do with the signs?
Right, because if the signs on the door are, I mean, they're for employees, but they're principally there for the public. And if the public, there's what kind of guidance should we?
I believe those
provide
signs
to
were
the-
generated by the state, and I'm sure they'll generate new signs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's just gonna be something that please wear a mask if you haven't been vaccinated. You're required to wear a mask.
Because right now they say you're.
You're required
Yeah.
and you're not required.
Yeah, the way it's written, and David's right, it's written that
Well, they are.
their new
required to wear a
guidance
mask.
is that if you're
If they're
vaccinated,
not
you don't have to wear a mask.
We just
You would
don't
have to
have
make
to
a
check.
policy saying that you want them to still wear a mask.
Correct.
Which goes against
Right.
the general rule they've applied to all workplaces.
I guess I'm getting back to what the signs on the door say. We've been questioned about this when people come in. They say, you're telling me I gotta wear a mask. That's what the sign says.
That's what the
very
sign
clear.
says.
And they say.
Yeah,
well,
mask
CD
required.
Yes, it says mask required, and we got masks. And they say, well, the CDC says I don't have to wear a mask. Why do I have to wear a mask coming into this building? I've been vaccinated.
Right.
So I guess my question to you is, what do we do with the signs? We can leave them, but,
First off, I'd pull those off the door if it was me anyway, my wonder is.
or do we put the sign on that I've seen in some places that say, wear a mask if you're not vaccinated, wear a mask or something similar.
Right.
So do you think Illinois is gonna send us new email with the new
The new
signs?
language.
No, I mean, that's consistent with their past behavior, usually.
But I would pull the ones that are there until you get the new ones. But I don't want to be implying to people they have to do something they don't have to do. You know me, I don't like going above what's mandated.
Well, I would urge the board to not to be completely disregard caution. There is a widespread, rampant spread in the community of Goldendale as it is.
Right now,
I'm not sure we
it is.
really need to add to it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't have any problem leaving the sign for the time being until we get the new sign.
But can you reach out to Illinois?
And find out. If not, can we make our own that say, you know, mask required, if not
Or
fully
make a
vaccinated?
Please sign to go over the required, so it says
Please.
mask, please.
Be polite.
Because I don't want to be required if it isn't required.
We'll reach out to Illinois and see if we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
They were clearly not the only jurisdiction grappling with this issue. This was the guidance issued on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll send an email out from the PA, myself and Aaron, informing them your decision, for the PA to develop a form. We'll send that out with the LNI guidance.
Are you okay with that? You offered, so we're.
Yeah, well, if they ask, but we can come up with a form.
I think we just.
Knowing him, he's probably got his
Did
own
we
already
ask?
typed up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I just get copies of their vaccination cards. Well, we've done it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make sure to reply all to the
Oh,
emails I
geez.
get.
Somebody did
Funniest
that.
thing I
Did
ever
you notice
saw.
that?
That next
Somebody
email.
replied to it.
I had a bet on that too.
There was an over under though.
I almost replied all perfect.
It's good timing, couldn't have been better.
There it was.
There we go.
Never mind. Yes, sir.
One quick question. So this takes effect after the form comes out. I just, because I'm gonna be asked,
Yeah, I don't-
because I know everybody in our department that got vaccinated, because I set up the appointments myself.
Right.
I don't want to speak for
But
everybody.
I don't want to get into that, you know.
Do we want to wait for the?
Well,
form, or do
they
we-
shouldn't have to if they can show their vaccination card. They shouldn't have to attest to a form.
My employees have already said they gave me a copy there. I mean, they volunteered to do it. So maybe for those who don't, for those who are willing to show their vaccination.
Yeah, they don't need it.
They shouldn't have to wait.
It's one or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, one or the other.
Yeah. That's just for folks who don't want to show it.
The easier course is just to get a copy of the vaccination.
Right.
And if they request a form or they have an issue, we'll work with them to.
Right. And it's mostly just so we're covered.
Right.
Who's raising his hand?
Oh, behind the post? Yes.
If they show a card, I'm assuming we should maybe take a photocopy of it, so we
Yeah,
have.
so we have
documentation
proof.
for the record.
Have, every department needs a folder with all of it in there, so now when I.
Yeah, because we have to have documentation for an audit or field inspection or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, because even though every department's responsible for doing that, it's the county that'll pay the fine.
Right, exactly.
And I would urge the county to contemplate if there's a department or elected that refuses to follow the policies and they're fine, that they're personally responsible for those fines. This is an easy policy to comply with. And if you can't do something this simple, then why should taxpayers bear the expense?
I didn't know you could.
Yeah.
Be held personally responsible.
If you knowingly, willingly violate the policy, then because as far as coverage is voluntary, we decide. Like if there's a suit, we can say we're not defending that because you willfully violated the policy, and so you brought it on yourself. So why should the taxpayers pay for that? And ultimately, that's the board's decision.
So long as we have a policy in place.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, otherwise the default is you're covered. I mean, it's like if you, in the normal course of action, unless you did something illegal, I believe, then you're covered. What's that?
Shall we move on?
Yes, let's move on.
What you need for me?
Thank you.
We did have a county jury trial last week on Wednesday. It did go for 2 days.
I made $300 on parking, so.
You seem to.
Get here early.
You seem to go off without any significant hitches, so everyone's pretty happy about that. West District had their first trial on Monday. Received similar reports, and then East District is actually going to be utilizing the Spirit Court room for, because
is it bigger? It's quite a bit bigger.
I think it's about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, say East District's tiny.
East District's pretty small. So
It's a very intimate court setting.
That's an apt description. When the witnesses are about 2 feet away from the jurors, it can get a little awkward. And start digressing in the stories, but I'll go back. Tomorrow, again in East District, through the utilization of Superior Court room, they'll be doing their first trial. So we'll have all 3 courts proceeding at a pace with utilization of the juror members doing their public duty, performing their duty of listening to the evidence and hopefully reaching decisions I agree with. So that is progressing nicely. So I think at some point, unless you guys have a lot more to do, we should probably have an executive to talk about.
I think you're it.
Okay.
Unless we had something.
Need some board pending stuff.
Did you have some board pending stuff?
Yeah, but yeah, we need to talk about it, and we can talk about it real quick. Okay. I think you guys got forwarded on the, we're losing our airport manager.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Miss Rasmussen?
Huh?
Miss Rasmussen?
Yeah, Dave.
Where are they going?
back east, maybe Texas somewhere. He got a job offer he couldn't refuse. That's too bad. I've had discussions with Rob. We're talking, the position for a long, long time has been a contract employee position. Many other airports are county employee or city employee. And Dave's recommendation is you guys should probably go to turning that into an employee position to manage the airport. So been working with.
Would that, sorry, question. Would their pay then come out of our budget or out of the airport budget?
Well,
It's kind of the same thing, but half of it's ours and half of it ain't.
Right, and so the city would pay us, we would employ
Their half.
them, and so then it would go through that direction. And then, there's a lot of things, like, we pay them a lot of money to ride around on a tractor mowing
the grass,
when
yeah.
he could be doing a lot of other things. There's so much work to be done. If we make it a county employee position, Rob's talking about maybe bringing on like a summer intern or summer labor to do the mowing or something. And then we can actually reduce the amount of cost that we're going to spend over the long run on the airport.
What do we pay them now to operate?
The contract is
60,000 each side, but then there's.
let's say it's 120,000 plus other
costs.
Other stuff.
So theoretically, that's about the same as we pay an employee anyway.
Right. And then the discussion between Dallas and us is it makes more sense for them to be a county employee rather than a Dallas employee.
Right.
So I wanted to talk to you guys before. Rob and I have been putting time and effort into it. I want to see if that's something that you guys are willing to do.
Yeah, we looked at it before, in the last because that's always been before the Rasmussens came, was that we looked at that. Kind of the sticking point we were a little worried about then is that at that point, the city was a little more prickly on it being a county employee versus a city employee about who are they going to answer to. And because I was supportive of, it's like if we were going to do it, I wanted it to be a county employee, and this city there was a couple of.
Well, it sounds like the city's interested too.
Okay,
so-
okay, good.
So would you like Rob and I to keep
Yeah,
working
I would,
on it?
As long as it's county employee and not a Dallas.
So that makes it much more attractive for recruiting too, because of the income tax.
Income tax,
Yep.
right. Those Oregonians. So.
Like Dave, before he got this job offer, he brought it up and he wanted to come on as a county employee. I was like, you're gonna take a pay cut, but you're gonna get the benefits.
Right.
And he's looking at retirement, so it'll make it a lot easier for us to recruit the next airport manager, who will hopefully have a longevity, because they'll be working for the county. So there's a lot of benefits. Now, if we just get somebody like Dave, he did such a great job.
Yeah.
So since Rob's back, we can revisit the issue with Illinois. One thing that we need to pin down, I have an initial take, but I need to do some more research, so I can't really give an opinion yet, is on whether the newest guidance supersedes prior guidance. And so all these folks that are sitting in cages and so forth,
Yeah.
if they're not vaccinated, they'll probably need to start masking up again. But before we issue definitive guidance on that, we need to circle some way against that.
City cages, plexiglass boxes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go forward.
Yeah.
That was last
Sorry,
one.
I'm still on that. So you're saying people that aren't vaccinated, that are sitting in plexiglass boxes, because of this guidance, if they're not vaccinated, they have to put on masks again.
If the new guidance supersedes the old guidance that let them be in their plexiglass box
Without a mask.
without a mask.
There's numerous questionable examples of whether that's past guidance been followed anyway, so.
Right, okay. No, I was just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. It's the same air that they're breathing.
Hey, they used to have smoking sections on planes.
Remember restaurants where it's smoking or non-smoking, it's
Yeah.
two sides of the same room. Where it's like, okay, yeah. Don't really miss those days.
First hand or second hand?
All kids nowadays, I have no idea.
So the minute you guys brought that up, I remember Skate World. Skating right in, they had a smoking room, it was, I swear to God, 10 by 10. No fan, no ventilation.
It was just,
glass wall. You couldn't see
in
through the
there.
glass.
State
It was
was Gresham, that was in
Uh-huh,
Gresham,
uh-huh.
yeah.
Shall we
Yes,
move on?
moving along. Yeah,
I got a baseball game to get to.
Yes,
Oh,
so executive session, you said?
It can't wait, but I think it'd be good to spend 10 minutes talking about a couple of issues.
Okay,
yeah, I had questions, so
Airports.
yes, yep.
airports go.
Okay, we will go into executive session in accordance with RCW 42.30.110 (1) for 10 minutes. Understanding folks on the Zoom meeting, are we gonna have anything when we come out?
Not for me.
I don't think so.
I
Just so
don't
they
think
understand, we're
so.
gonna go out for 10 minutes and I believe when we come back, we're just gonna adjourn.
So Zoom won't restart.
So you can. So,
Thank you for hanging in
Yeah,
there
thank
with us
you.
all of
Thanks,
you.
everybody. Start
Since
sending
the
them
courthouse
emails.
is open, we do not have. to look
yeah,
at it.
We don't have to.
I haven't seen any new emails.
I haven't either.
Death emails.
I was
either, so-
expecting.
You bastard.
Well, it helps that it was, unanimous.
Well, help you.
St. Christopher, not so
me,
much.
The easy way out would have been non-unanimous.
Yeah,
So see,
actually, that's.
that's
I'm
just
Hey, we're
impressed.
in executive session, time's burning.
Hang on,
That's
I'm
right.
still
She's not in the room
reading.
yet.
Oh,
Oh, that's because she's in the room still.
Oh, well, I'm looking at the clock.
yeah, the
going
clock was
down.
running, sorry.
It is a beautiful day.
You
It
still
is
can't keep
beautiful.
people off.
I'm still kicking people off, hang on. I don't want to report them to Zoom, I just want them off. Try not.
Recording's off though, right?
Oh, I guess I
It will
can-
be, as soon as I turn it off, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and,
Oh, my-
if you don't need it back on to adjourn, I'll just shut it off.
Yep, shut it off. Yeah, get her processing so we can get it online.
Where's your baseball game at today?
White salmon.